of members and guests. Welcome to NACAN 2022 Symposium. My name is Yuanxiang Pan. I'm a faculty in Food Science and Human Nutrition at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. And it's my privilege and a great pleasure on behalf of the North American Chinese Association for Nutrition, NACAN, to welcome you here today. We are delighted to have you with us to participate and share in this special occasion. Our fourth NACAN Summit, Frontiers in Nutrition, and the Joint Nutrition Society Symposium in 2022. And thank you for coming. Many of you have willingly spent your weekend to be here, serve as a reminder to us that just how important our work is. NACAN is committed to actively provide a platform for collaboration among investigators of Chinese discipline in nutrition, health, and the relating and the application of nutrition science to improve public health and the clinical practice in Chinese community. This year, our theme is nutrition for a healthy life, from the production of food to healthy eating for everyone. This year's joint symposium will serve the mission of the NACAN and their co-sponsors, Chinese American Food Society, Chinese Food Publisher Co., Guangdong Nutrition Society, Hebei Nutrition Society, College of Food Science and Engineering at Nanjing University of Finance and Economics, to provide a platform for networking, collaboration, and the scientific exchange among nutritionists, dietitians, food scientists, and other scientists and professionals across discipline for health, and also for anybody interested in nutrition in North America and the Asian regions. In addition to the world-class speakers we invited for tonight's summit, we're honored to also have Helen Tao from New Hope, Professor Yan Zhou, President of BAFS, and Editor Deliu Ding from Frontiers in Nutrition with us today. Prepare yourself to be excited and inspired. And before I hand over to our President General Zhao for our 10th anniversary event, I want to say one more time on behalf of the organization committee, welcome. It's lovely to see so many of you here. Our next event will have our current president, to give us the summary of last 10 years achievement of our society. Dr. Jung, Joe, and the Director of Nutrition Metabolic Laboratory at the Beth Israel Diaconess Medical Center. Dr. Joe, please help us to emphasize the last 10 years achievement from NACAN.
Can I share the screen? Yanxiang?
Can you see the screen?
I can share the screen.
Can you see my screen?
Yes. Can I use my screen?
Yeah, you can use your screen if you want to.
Yes. Can you see?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening and good morning to the friends in China and the East Asian area. I'm Jinrong Zhao, the president of the North American Chinese Association for Nutrition, NACAN. Again, on behalf of the NACAN, I'd like to welcome all of you for attending the 4th NACAN Summit, Frontiers in Nutrition, and the Joint Nutrition Scientific Symposium. NACAN was founded in 2012. So at this special moment, I also would like to invite you to join us to celebrate the 10th anniversary of NACAN. NACAN is a public nonprofit charitable organization with a 501c3 status. It's also a continuing professional education provider accredited by the Commission on Dietetic Registration of the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, and offers the continuing education units to registered dietitians. Our missions are to provide the platform for promoting the scientific exchange and networking among Chinese scientists in nutrition, health, and the related fields, to facilitate advanced education and training, and to advocate for nutrition-related research and evidence-based nutritional practice. In 2012, a group of Chinese scientists and professionals led by Dr. Xinggen Lei established the North American Chinese Society for Nutrition, NACSN. Dr. Lei was also the first president of the society, followed by Drs. Leslie Shen, Yufa Wang, Huaibiao Mu, Jie Cao, Su Wang, Guo Xunchen, Ling Zhao, and myself. During the past 10 years, our society has achieved several important milestones. Clearly, the first and the most important one was the establishment of the NACSN. Our previous annual scientific activity programs was the China International Forum, CIF, in the annual experimental biology meeting. Later, it's called a nutrition meeting. Our next milestone was the establishment of Frontiers in Nutrition Summit, FINS, and the seminar series starting in 2016, led by Dr. Yufa Wang and by other former presidents. Now the FINS and the seminar webinar series have become the regular scientific programs of our society. Our next milestone was receiving the accreditation of continuing education units, CEU, the effort led by Drs. Guo Xunchen and the program director, Dr. Zhiping Yu. Our last important milestone was obtaining the nonprofit 501c3 organization status and the changing the name from the NACSN to NACAN. the effort led by Drs. Guoxun Chen and Lin Zhao. Our scientific activities have been supported by our sponsors. We are very grateful to the following sponsors: the HGS Natural Reproduction Technology Incorporation, the Terra International LLC, SunWinds, now the part of the CCBS Biotechnology, Biocytogen Boston Corporation, and InnovHope for the generous support for our previous scientific activities. We are especially grateful to New Hope Dairy and again, InnovHope for their support to provide the awards to graduate students and the postdoc fellows, and the Frontiers in Nutrition Journal for supporting this symposium. The final winners of the awards will be announced at the end of the symposium. I also want to thank our collaborators, Chinese American Liver Society and International Chinese Nutrition Young Scholar Network for co-organizing the scientific programs in the previous years. We especially appreciate, again, our collaborators, Beijing Academy of Food Science, Chinese American Food Society, China Food Publishing and Company, Guangdong Nutrition Society, Hebei Nutrition Society, and the College of Food Science and Engineering at the Nanjing University of Finance and Economics for co-organizing this symposium. I would also like to thank the Boston Asian Radio and the TV for helping us promote our activities. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of our NACN executive leadership team and the symposium organizing committee, and our student volunteers for their tremendous passions and professional efforts to organizing this symposium. Although each one of you deserves a special appreciation, I would like to give this very, very special appreciation to our student volunteer, Bianca Xu, for her artistic designs and the efficient management of many, many activities. Again, welcome all of you, and I hope you are enjoying the scientific presentations. Thank you.
Yuanxiang, you are muted.
Well, thank President Joe for the summary of our society development last 10 years. As part of the celebration, I would like to spend some time to go through some of the milestones related to our society. First, the founding of NACSN, led by Dr. Xinggen Lei. Dr. Lei is a founding president. He's a professor at the College of Agriculture and Life Science at Cornell University, and I believe he's going to share some of his thought with us. So please go ahead, Dr. Lei.
So can you see my slides?
Yes.
Is it presentation mode or no?
It's regular mode.
Regular mode. Okay, just a minute. anyway, yeah, I mean, I can go like this. So. Isn't it? All right. I would like to thank Professor Pan and his team to invite us coming back, and also I want to congratulate the current leadership in organize this activity. So, as the one of the few initiators and also the founding president of this society, it's my great honor and also a great pleasure to reflect, what happened during this establishment of society. So really long time ago, probably in 2006, I got a phone call from Dr. Jay Tsai from Utah. He encouraged us to consider it, forming a society among these Chinese American nutritionists, because he mentioned that a lot of the similar societies were established at that time. And so we had some conversations in the poster area of the ASN national meetings, including Lisby, Van Biel, and some other friends. Then we say, so let's consider that. So what is the motivations at that time? So we know that during 2010 or so, that time, there are a lot of excitement going on in nutritional sciences in the US, in China, and in other parts of the world. And then as we have a lot of Chinese scholars and Chinese students studying nutrition in North America. And also we have a lot of activities in terms of exchange and collaboration and also just friendship among the nutritionists across the country and also around the world. And at the same time, we felt, we do not have a collected voice in the ASN or the Chinese Nutrition Society or any scientific communities. So we say, let's have a society of our own with our own identity, our interest, and our mission. So we had the first meeting in 2011 on April 10th in Washington, D.C., in the Bean Restaurant. And it was very, very historically interesting is that at that time, we had a suggested tentative name, North American Chinese Nutrition Association, very, very close to the official name of today. And then we started doing this registration and organization. So in 2012, the year after that meeting, and we have the form establishment of the society. So exactly the birthday is on April 22nd, 8 p.m. The specific time in 2012. So in the Panda Inn restaurant in San Diego, California. So the birth certificate of our society is come from California. And then the name is North American Chinese Society for Nutrition. That time, because we are trying to be parallel with Society of ASN and also Society of Chinese Nutrition Society. So I must mention that we have 18 outstanding delegates as the founding members. You can see all of the names are very familiar, stayed very active until now, and to be play leadership roles. I also want to emphasize that is we have one family with a strong representation from Professor Pan's family, he and his brother and his wife. So 3 out of 18 people, and so really appreciate your contribution. We also have a few guests, including Catherine Ross from the ASN. She was the editor-in-chief of nutrition at that time. And also I wanted to mention Joe Wong from China. And then so in doing so, and then we talked about our business and the mission at the meeting. So now I want to invite Dr. Feng Biao. Now he's the Dean, Lewis College of Nurse and Health Professions, Georgia State University, to talk about the mission and also some of the activities that he led in the early years. Feng Biao, please.
Thank you, Shinken. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Great. Thanks again, Professor Pan and the organizer of this meeting for inviting our old folks, people like us, come back to this conference. And as I listened to Shinken's talk, we sort of walked down the memory lane and back to the year 2006, and then in 2012 when we first formed this organization. Has been a very fun journey, I would have to say. As we join Shinken, congratulating the current leadership in your accomplishments and ever-growing society. I think one of the important things is to remember to have fun. We had a lot of fun in working together and really towards the common goal. The NACAN was really built as a platform and as well as a bridge. As one of the founding members, I think I can concur with many others who were there at that time that we are all benefiting from this organization. We built this organization, as Shinken mentioned, really to provide a platform for exchange, networking, and helping each other, particularly the young investigators of Chinese descent at that time, really promote scientific exchange with between American Society of Nutrition and the Chinese Society of Nutrition. I believe we had a lot of network and exchange with leadership from both societies, and I have to say that Shinken played a critical role with his wide network at both leadership teams. And we had faculty, we have senior faculty, junior faculty, students, postdocs, investigators, both at various levels. And we built lots of mentoring programs, support teams to help each other. I think that mission probably still stays true to this day and ever getting ever stronger in that sense. One of the reasons that we also had a so-called CIG or Chinese interest group within the American Society of Nutrition at that time, and I remember Shinken and I co-chaired that group. We were a liaison between really the two countries on both sides of the Pacific Ocean. And so I want to take this opportunity, of course, to acknowledge our leadership team during the year 2016, 2017, when I had the privilege of being the president of this organization at that time. I remember Jay Chow from USDA was the vice president. He really kept everybody on track, making sure the organization is properly registered and finances in place, and collect the membership fees, and a lot of background work. Shu Wong at that time was Texas Tech, and now I believe she moved to Arizona State. And then full professor now. I remember Shu being a young, aspiring, and obviously rising star assistant professor at that time, and time has really passed. And she's now a very established investigator, and she did a lot of work as secretary. Really, she ran the society, organizing meetings, kept the minutes, oversees the committees that we formed at that time. As you can see in this slide, we have several committees at the time, built the infrastructure for the organization. Public relations was headed by Rick Brown from Baylor College of Medicine, and Liang Wang at that time at the East Tennessee State. We also had a membership and communication committee headed by Li Bo Tan from Alabama, and Ling Xie from Texas A&M. We also had award committee at that time. She also had that committee. And then later on, we'll talk about some of the student award that we built at that time. Very exciting event. And of course, we had a postdoc student group as well, headed by Ling Tao. At that time was at Baylor College of Medicine. We also had held the election for the board of directors for organization at that time, and Lester Shen from Texas Tech University Health Science Center and Hong Chen from Illinois were elected. And past President Yu Fo Wong was obviously a granted member of the board. And so we had a great team then, and we had a lot of fun working together, organized a lot of activities. Obviously, one of the main activities was the Chinese Interest Group Forum at the EV 2017, I believe it was in Chicago. That was supported by ASN and the Chinese Society for Nutrition. We had a great attendance. I had a couple of photos I didn't have a chance to show, but that was a year that I believe we started the Student Travel Award, thanks to the leadership for fundraising and Laoli Han, I believe, from doTERRA, was able to secure the support from his company, and we had several awardees, again, young investigators, students. And some of the other things that we did that year was update the bylaws, make sure that we had proper membership and voting rights, and etc. I remember we spent a lot of time working on that document back and forth to make sure that we correct the document as much as we can. And we started a newsletter, forget was quarterly or bi-monthly, and kept everybody in the loop on what's going on with the society. And Xu Wang and others were instrumental in building the mentoring program. I believe it has been carried on to this day. So not to take too much time, but just to highlight some of the activities that we did back then. I'm sure that the society has grown tremendously since then, and really had played a bigger role in helping the career and networking for everybody who's involved. Again, congratulations to the current leadership for the success of this conference. And again, thank you for inviting us back. Back to you, Shinken.
Thank you, Vandia, for your presentation. Now I want to invite Leslie Shen, the professor of pathology, physiology, and School of Medicine, also associate dean for research of Texas Tech University, to give her perspective of as a pioneer leader of this society. Leslie, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I cannot see my face. Anyway, so I'm Leslie, and very excited to join this meeting. And thank you for inviting me. Also, congratulations to everyone. And I think the previous, the Huan Biao and the Xingen and the Jingrong already said a lot of things about how good this meeting will end up. So I just want to highlight or tell you what's happening when I was the second president. I think we start from scratch and trying to understand how can we make this society survive. Actually, that time the survivorship. So we start think how can we make this more sustainable. So we start had a bylaw, and at the time I created with the whole team, have the mentor-mentee program, and also trying to find the funding for the travel fund. I think it's $500 per award. We get 2 awards. And first few years was basically sponsored by American Society for Nutrition, and later have some industrial involvement. And we also had our newsletters. I believe we do, I think it's that time is quarterly, later is more monthly. Of course, the different committee setup is very important. So on the right side, very small words. At that time, when I was the president, that's who they are, and we have the matching mentee and mentor. I do send individual email to each mentee and mentor, and hopefully they will work out well. As you can see, a lot of mentee now can become a mentor now. Like Ding Bo Lin, he just promoted to full professor this year, and some other like Liang Wang, and also Lin Bo Tan. So I think this is society grows, or we help each other hand by hand to promote each other's promotion. And we are still here, and I volunteer to serve as a mentor for NACN because my friend also say they need me. I hope I still can contribute. So by saying that, I think the next slide pretty much is finished. Okay, this is what I made it. I went back to my old file, see what's happening, and back to 2040. This is notes I wrote before. So we had executive committee has a different, committees chair. I think the Huan Biao showed his committee cabinet, and this is the committee who really helping me to go through a lot of the happiness and also frustrations, probably because that time we still know how we can make this committee be feasible and also involve more people. I think that throughout the 10 years, our name has been recognized by ASM at least, and Chinese CNS, and some other small, a big society in nutrition field. So congratulations to everyone. I think I'm done.
Okay.
I'll have another slide.
No, thank you very much.
Because of Xinggen prepare my slides. So thank you for doing that. So I don't know.
The next one I want to invite Jay Tai coming back. And as I mentioned, Jay was the first one encouraging me to start this society. And also he involved probably longest time than any of us after his presidency. So Jay, please take over. Jay?
Thank you, Xinggen. Thank you for organized committee members for invite us to this meeting. Good evening or good morning, everyone. In this meeting, I'd like to share our success stories experience on the fundraising activities. Fundraising is very important to our society. Funds are needed to support society's activities, such as non-profit registration with state and federal, IRS filing, website hosting, design, and update. Funds are also needed to support scientific program awards to students, postdoctors, and junior faculty. In 2008, we were able to, with the fund support, to give out more than 10 awards at $300 each to people. Funds are also needed, can be used to provide free food for networking gathering in restaurants. In 1 year, we had over about 100 people gathered in restaurants for networking purpose. There are several sources of funds. First, funds can be from personal contributions. For example, in early years, we rely on personal contributions, donations from a few established founding members to support basic normal operations of the society. Here in the slides, names are masked for, Wu Ming Yinxiong. Thank you for those early people contributed every year, $100, $200. And second, funds contributions can be for specific events. For example, in 2006, many faculty and their lab contributed lots of money, more than sometimes $300 or more, specifically for a very successful scientific symposium that year held in Hilton Hotel conference room. Also included a nice dinner for everybody attended the meeting. The cost for that event was about almost $9,000. With successful fundraising personal contributions, we were able to support such events. Third, funds can come from lifetime members. In 2017, we introduced the lifetime membership at $500 each. Here, I like to, the rest of the lifetime members are masked, but I like to emphasize the first name, Wang Su, was our first lifetime member. I really appreciate it. We were able to significantly increase the society balance. That year alone, we had over about $6,600 from membership, from lifetime membership, including lifetime membership that year. I don't know how many lifetime members now, but I encourage you, we look for this area in further. Fourth, corporate funds can come from corporate donations with personal connections. We were able to get support from, for example, my friends who are working in the industry, such as Han Xuesen. He helped made a contribution from USANA and $2,000 from doTERRA. And my other friends, Sun Yuan, total 2 times $600 each from HGS, Natural Reproduction Technology. And Lu Chenqin, $1,000 from Sunwing. And Xingan Li's friends from Biocytogen, James Jing and Wang Xiaodan. And Zhu Jinrong's friend, Helen Cao, 我的本家，新希望，$2,000 from New Hope. Lastly, support can come from professional societies, such as like ASN or CSN, Chinese Society for Nutrition. For example, ASN supported total $3,000 in addition to providing free access to conference room and also equipment for us to have CIG or CIF, whatever you call it, during the ASN meeting. I also, here, I like to thank Xingan Li for his professional relationship for with these two societies for this happen. By 2021, when I transferred bank account ownership to Zhou, we had over $8,000. I wish the society members can work together to have continued success in the fundraising activity and also help the society getting better scientifically in the future. That's all what I have.
Well, thank you, Jane, for your tireless effort to raise enough funds to run the society. So now I want to quickly show some photos to concluding our comments. So the first one that already mentioned, Fan Biao, is in our society. The first activity interaction with ASN is the China Interested Group. Then we have the China Forum. We have the Spatial Symposium. We also have a business. So you can see some very familiar, happy faces. Some faces may be younger, but pretty much the same compared to today. And then also we have a similar strong interaction with Chinese Nutrition Society. We had a symposium, we had workshops. We also have joined the events with CNS and ASN, and also have part of the Global Chinese Global Chinese Nutrition Society and the Chinese Nutrition Society. Some you can see a lot of friends and a lot of you participated here. And then the next thing is I want to mention is in 2015, Joe and I attended CNS forum on the leadership training class. So we're very impressed by some of these leaders. I think some of them right now is really play a key roles in Chinese Nutrition Society. So this training class, I think it started by Professor Li Du, and with some of his long-term colleagues, and Professor Jung, and also this guy is the International Nutrition Society president. And then we also have this one. I'd like to spend a little time to emphasize our first activity in Hangzhou in 2017, hosted by the Chinese Nutrition Society and also Fuli Wang from Zhejiang University. You see, we have this called Waste Lake training class, and what I'd like to do is to have a continue this. The first you can see a lot of our funding members and there, and then I'd like to hear that Leslie was interviewed, was given a talk at the Zhejiang TV station, and Cassie and I, and also with Fuli, will also have another session, a program, and then this is the staff members do the hair and the dressing. Is a quite an interesting experience, and also Jung has mentioned this, this promote this communication of public awareness, and she was very happy, and I think Ningbo was drinking wine with friends in Zhejiang University. So we have also activities. We have activities here is in Guangdong, and Guangdong Nutrition Society is very active. You know that, and they invited us and Fan Biao, and also a lot of our American colleagues attended the society meetings. We made a lot of friends there, and it's a very excellent forum. And then we also have similar activities in Xiamen. Yes, here some of you is in this photo. And then in the 2019 meeting in Nanjing and Xi'an and so on. So like I'd like to wind up with this. What are our mission? What do we have achieved? I think as Fan Biao and Leslie and also Jay has already mentioned, that a lot of people advance your career. I know it's kind of very impressive. Among the 5 first presidents, we have 3 deans. And then, of course, a lot of promoted to full professors and associate professors and get jobs and win awards for recognitions. And also give me opportunities to write quite a few tenure promotion support letters for you, because this platform, and of course, we see it as a strong bridge, catalyzed the collaboration exchange between China and the North American nutrition colleagues. And it was most importantly, as we develop friendship and networking, and not only professionally, but also personally. So I think this is a great journey with a lot of excitement, a lot of passion, and also hopefully a lot of success. So thank you very much again for this opportunity, and good luck for the rest of the conference.
Xingang, I'd like to add another 2 sentences. I think networking is very important for our members. For example, when I get promoted, I got references from Xingen. And Huanbiu helped me to write my promotion material. Thank you very much. Also, Leslie also provides the recommendations. So in the future, our members can help each other in this regard. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Dr. Lei and all the former president to reflect and give us all their vision on how our society developed and how we're going to continue our development. We have another milestone we want to emphasize that in addition to all the activities, we have also established Frontiers in Nutrition Symposium and the seminar series led by Dr. Yufa Wang, Shu Wang, and Lin Zhao. So this is another one we continue to develop as a society. And an important milestone related to our society is obtain the NPO status. This is a initiative led by Dr. Guoxun Chen and Lin Zhao. I'd like to have Dr. Chen and Dr. Zhao to reflect their process on how, as a former president, they help us to move into NPO status. Dr. Chen and Dr. Zhao.
Okay, let me say something. Sorry for the time that spent because of the history. This society has a long history, rich of stories. So therefore, it took so long. I'm sorry for those who are waiting to give presentation. So the time shift. First, please accept my apology for that. And to help our society, to help our members, and I think the most important thing is to meet their needs. What their needs are. Their needs are their professional development. And then they also need a formal organization to stick to. And then that's the main reason why I start the presidency. I want to help our members. So I decided we need have a normal or regular non-profit organizations institute established. And that's with the help of Lin, because it's a continuous process, we successfully established. That can be described by Lin. In addition, to help those people who are interested in nutrition, not only scientists, but also clinicians, we decided to have these continuing education units. Without further ado, spending time, I would like to ask my colleague, Dr. Lin Zhao, to describe what are the process and how we successfully establish a nonprofit organization. Lin, thank you.
Dr. Zhao, do you have anything to add to this?
Dr. Zhao, you're muted if you're trying to talk.
Sorry, distinguished guests, members, and friends. Thank you, Dr. Chen. Thank you to organizers for the opportunity to say a few words about our nonprofit status. It is never a trivial thing to set up a nonprofit organization under the U.S. law. So probably not a trivial thing under any country's law. So to make sure we did everything right, we hired a certified public accountant, Mr. Holly Barrett, CPA, to help us every step of the way. Our organization now officially registered in Tennessee, one of the 50 states in the U.S. since January 2021. To help with the annual filing, we have used her business address as our primary address for the organization. And then we applied our federal tax IDs. With this organization approved in Tennessee and the tax ID, we were able to establish a business bank account with very successfully a business bank account. So we are ready for business. On this slide on the right, you can see the IRS ruling letters indicating our nonprofit status. So we filed a 1023 easy form. The full name is a streamlined application for recognition of exemption under Section 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code. And we got approved. And here is the IRS ruling letter now validating our nonprofit status. Here we have Mr. Holly Barrett and her business address is showing on the slide. And we're official in the state of Tennessee, also in the United States. Under this 501c3, NACN, our new organization name, is exempt for federal tax. And so yes to our current donors and future donors that we are public charity. Your donation to us is a 100% tax deductible. Okay, that's the end of my presentation. And also my friend, one of the previous presidents, Dr. Joe Wong, is at the meeting. If she can have the opportunity to speak a few words, she probably would. Dr. Wong, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm driving. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, yes, I just want to congratulations to everyone for our 10th anniversary. And thank you for all the leaders. Thank you for all the members for all your contribution makes our society very successful.
Great.
Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Dr. Wong. That's it for us. I'm looking forward to the wonderful presentations tonight.
Okay, another very important milestone as one of the scientific organization, we have the effort into become an accreditation in continuing education unit led by Dr. Jiping Yu and Dr. Chen. So, please go ahead to give us some insight into how to make our society organization that continue educating people. Dr. Yu and Dr. Chen.
Hello, everyone. So first of all, welcome and great to see everyone tonight. So another exciting news about our organization is that in March 2020, NACAN, at that time still NACSN, has been approved by the Accreditation Agency, Commission on Dietetic Registration, CDR, to provide Continuing Professional Education Unit, CPEU, to registered dietitians in the United States. So registered dietitians is a unique and a critical group of nutrition health professionals. And we receive special trainings in food and nutrition and help translate the nutritional science into practice. And in the United States, the dietitians work in different settings like hospitals, outpatient clinics, nursing homes, cafeterias, and food company, wellness center, and also research for government. All we can practice on our own. So in the past several years, we are very proud and pleased to see more and more registered dietitians join our organization. And we strive to continually provide support and resources for all RDs to advance their practice and professional development. In fact, since 2020, we have offered 15 free CEUs to our members. And this summit itself will provide 11.5 free CEUs to our NACAN dietitian members as well. So that's 26.5 CEUs in a little over 2 years. So we know 75 CPEUs are required in every 5-year cycle. So just by participating in NACAN activities and webinars, RD would obtain almost all required CPEUs for your renewal in about 5 years. and not to mention the knowledge, information, and training that you would gain from all those informative talks. And we welcome more registered dietitians join us. And we welcome not only the dietitians in the US, but also the dietitians in China, in other countries of Asia, and in other countries in North America, or in the worldwide. And we also welcome not only registered dietitians, but also students who are interested in becoming registered dietitians. We provide continuing education opportunity. We also provide opportunities like mentorship, scholarship to our student members, like previous presidents just mentioned. So all excellent activities offered by our organization. So we have done some work and some good work in our opinion. However, that's not enough. And we're still young, as you know, 10 years, maybe like a baby or a toddler. But children, are the future, and children are the hope of the world, right? So we continually welcome collaboration opportunities on CEU or anything with all nutrition and dietetic related societies, organizations, or companies in the US, in China, or any country. So we also seek for win-win relationships. So please do let us know what you need and what we can do for you. So without further ado, we just look forward to working with and for all nutrition and dietetic professionals. So thank you all for your attention, and I wish everyone a great meeting tonight.
Dr. Chen, do you have anything to add to it?
I thank everybody to show up, to register, and listening to this the great symposium. We will have a very good one. And I also thank everybody who registered and all the speakers who trying to contribute to the success of this symposium. And without further ado, we don't have much time. We're already 30 minutes late. Sorry for all this, and please continue.
Thank you. Our next invited speaker is Dr. John Erdmann. He's a professor in food science and human nutrition at University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. He recently served as a deputy director of the Interdisciplinary Health Science Institute.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Is there any like Helen Cao and the another person to say some like congratulations on that? I think in the program.
Okay, yeah, thanks everybody. I will be quick because I'm eager to listen to the great speech too. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and good morning. I'm Helen Cao Hong. I'm the president for Innova Hope in Boston and chief scientist for New Hope Group. On behalf of the New Hope Dairy Group and the Innova Hope R&D Center, I want to take the opportunity to congratulate on success holding of the fourth NACAN Summit and 10th anniversary. We're really thankful to the committee for their great efforts in organizing this meaningful conference and holding together all scholars and talents in the food science and nutrition across Pacific, online or offline. Beyond the excellent research done by the investigators in the society, the NACAN also contributed greatly to the food and nutrition industry by providing cutting-edge technology and talented professionals. As a key player in China dairy industry, New Hope Dairy has always benefited from the communication with the academic societies and the talents recruiting, and truly want to be a contributor too. NUFE Dairy is listed on the Shenzhen stock market since 2019 and now is the fourth largest dairy business in China. By the end of 2021, we have 59 dairy factories. The core focus is to specialize in providing high quality, fresh and healthy dairy food based on the demand, and freshness is a key word, as well as nutrition and health. That's why we are here. And recently, we bring several very excellent products into the market. It's contributed by the people in the group because we have recruited excellent graduate students from this society. Actually, in the past years, almost a dozen PhD joined the system. So bring the excellent methodology for the product development. And this fresh blood help us to stay connected with advanced technology and the academic group. So we are also a great platform for them to be ready, to get ready for the careers. And so in an event like this, I want to introduce ourselves and get to know more about the young talents. So when we sponsor the graduate program, the award program, we're trying to get to know them and help them to grow into a great future. So here I wish a great success of the symposium and wish everybody a happy evening.
Well, thank you, Dr. Cao. I apologize moving so fast on my agenda. I believe Professor Joe Wong will also give us some congratulatory words.
Yuanxiang, can you please stop sharing?
各位专家、各位学者，大家好。首先我代表北京食品科学研究院、中国食品杂志社对北美华人营养学会成立10周年表示衷心的祝贺，同时也向屏幕前收看我们本次研讨会的各位同仁、各位老师和同学表示热烈的欢迎。健康是促进人类全面发展的必然要求，是经济社会发展的基础条件，是民族昌盛和国家富强的重要标志，也是广大人民群众的共同追求。在新冠疫情的背景下，人们对营养健康的关注也逐步提高，居民营养健康意识也不断的增强。近年来，世界各国国民营养健康状况明显改善，但在营养科学研究、食物成分的功能评价、营养与健康的关系等方面研究还需要深入。大众营养认知、营养监测、营养补充等方面还有欠缺，推广行之有效的主动健康膳食方案和推动营养知识普及，满足人们对健康养生的高层次多元化需求，迫在眉睫。我期待本次会议能够在助力居民营养健康方面有所贡献，不仅为业内人士搭建平台，更要促进交流合作，也能科学的指导消费者，真正助力于改善消费者的健康。我们北京食品科学研究院呢，是国内集科研、检测、培训、环保、成果转化、期刊出版为一体的综合性食品研究机构，以提升民生品质、引领行业发展为使命，不仅在肉类食品加工、安全检测等领域位于国内领先水平，同时也着眼食品营养与健康研究的前沿，在传统食品加工、关键技术研发和食品生物制造、功能食品开发等方面也取得了一系列的标志性成果，为推动食品科技创新、服务行业、促进国际国内交流也做出了重要的贡献。同时呢，我们研究院也充分发挥科技传媒平台的优势，大力支持中国食品杂志社8本专业期刊的出版、学术交流和融媒体的传播。学术期刊以食品科学与人类健康为代表，获得中国科技期刊卓越行动计划项目支持，是业内公认的国内最具影响的中英文食品学术期刊。食品科学已经连续7年被 EI 数据库收录， 食品科学与人类健康的2022年影响因子为 8.022， 也位于食品科技和营养学2个学科 Q1 区，综合性期刊《中国食品和食品界》深入报道和解读行业热点、政策法规、产业资讯，传播中华传统饮食文化，科普营养知识，也是企业家和大众热爱的精品读物。食品科学院和杂志社与北美华人营养学会、华美食品学会等国际学术团体一直以来都有着深厚的友谊，在国际学术会议组织和英文期刊发展方面也有较多的合作。在此呢，我也欢迎各位海外专家学者，今后来中国参加食品科学院和杂志社组织的线下会议，也希望海内外专家学者、企业家、科研单位和学术团体能够通力合作，全面推进营养科技的发展，促进各国人民营养健康水平的提升。最后呢，我也代表这个本次大会的组织部门吧，预祝本次大会取得圆满成功，祝大家吉祥安康。好 ，Thank you。
Thank you, Professor Joe. So before our scientific program, we have Dr. John Erdmann, because his travel schedule, he won't be joining us in person tonight. However, he sent his bless is a wonderful video to congratulate our society 10 years anniversary. Also, some update on the his new committee on the dietary reference intake update. Dr. Yu.视频
No sound. 视频
If 视频 is not available, so why not we just move to the presentation or the video by the keynote presentation? Thank you.
视频 can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, could you please play the video recorded by Dr. Erdmann?
I thought I did. Can you all see me?
No, we just see probably your computer's screen, not the video.
Okay.
You need to share the right.
So, Dr. Pan, would you stop sharing your screen so I can share this and try? I think I can see Dr. Pan's screen right now.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, can somebody kick me out?
You can just stop sharing yours.
Yeah, you have to
close your slides.
Yeah, okay, sounds good. I'll try again. Sorry about that. Let me know if that works this time.
High technology. Okay.
Does that work?
Hi, I'm John Erdmann. I'm Professor Emeritus of Department of Food Science and Human Nutrition.
No, Zhiping, did you share the sound?
Anniversary of the North.
Okay.
Try one more time.
Okay.
Yeah, when you share screen, make sure you share the sound.
Okay. Sorry about that. Let me see.
Hi, I'm John Erdmann. I'm Professor Emeritus of Department of Food Science and Human Nutrition, and also the Division of Nutritional Sciences at the University of Illinois. I want to congratulate your group on the 10th anniversary of the North American Chinese Association for Nutrition meeting. I also want to congratulate Jin Ran, my former PhD student, for being president of your association. Send my best to your wife and your family, and hope you come and visit us some point. Dr. Pan asked me to update the association members on recent activities of the dietary reference intakes for North America. And to remind you, at least in the United States, we had RDAs that have been published since 1943. So the recommended dietary allowances are aimed or were aimed for prevention of deficiency diseases. And about every 5 years or so, the RDAs were revised until the 10th edition, which was published in 1989. At that point, the Food and Nutrition Board of the National Academy of Sciences decided that perhaps the RDA should also consider chronic disease prevention as well as prevention of things like scurvy and beriberi and pellagra. So that ended up with a development of the DRIs. And the DRIs are a collection of terms that include the RDAs, but also include estimated average requirements, EARs, upper levels, ULs, AI, the adequate intakes, and also the AMDR, adequate macronutrient distribution range. I won't go through all those terms. You can look them up if you're not familiar and you're so inclined. So, starting about 1997, the first set of DRIs were published, and that continued for the next 8 years or so. And it covered all the essential nutrients at that time. There was a gap of time, and some of the nutrients have begun to be re-evaluated for new DRIs. So, for example, calcium and vitamin D revision was published in 2011, and the sodium and potassium was republished in 2019. There's been another gap, and the Federal Steering Committee for United States and Health Canada, these are the governmental bodies that support and fundraise to get the DRIs done. They've decided that we should move next to macronutrients. So in September of 2021, a committee, DRIs for Energy, was put together, and they are continuing to meet. And we expect to see a report on any revision on energy requirements in early of 2023. In December of last year, they also established a standing committee for the review of DRI framework. And that committee will exist at least through 2025 and probably longer. And I have the great honor of being chair of that group. The goal is for the standing committee to respond to questions from the steering committee, Federal Steering Committee, and also from the various DRI committees, such as the Energy Committee. And these questions can relate to the DRI framework, structure of new reviews, etc. Now, for the first few months that we've been together, we've been addressing an important question for all DRI panels, and that is, what is the population that DRIs are supposed to encompass? So is it everybody in the population, or not. If you look at old RDA definitions, it says the RDAs are meant for the apparently healthy population. Well, what is apparently healthy? That's a very good question. So today in the United States, 42% of Americans are obese. 42%. Not so bad in Canada, but it's also high. Many people are at risk of chronic disease, cancer, diabetes, heart disease. Many have risk factors, such as high cholesterol, are hypertensive, they have high blood glucose, and many individuals also are under drug treatment. And are all those considered healthy or unhealthy? Some are and some are not. So this is the question we're trying to address. We expect in future years that panels will be put together for protein and then also the other macronutrients. I would then assume after that some of the micronutrients would be re-reviewed. I'm hopeful personally that at some point there'll be a review of bioactives and non-essential components in foods. So that's kind of an update. I hope it was informative for you. And I really wish you to have an excellent meeting. And thanks very much for the opportunity to talk with you. Bye.
Well, Dr. Erdmann is one of the premier nutritionists, and also he's one of the hardworking faculty I've seen since I've been joining University of Illinois, and a wonderful mentor colleague for the last 16 years I've been here. Now I would like to move to our scientific part, and this will be hosted by Dr. Yu and Dr. Hao, so they can continue our scientific session. Dr. Yu and Dr. Hao.
Okay, hello everyone. Again, we apologize for a little delay, but tonight we have 4 prestige speakers will give us excellent presentations. So just a quick reminder, we will have a Q&A session right after each presentation. So please feel free to type in your questions in the chat area, and we will help read the question to the speakers. And then now is my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Judy Redigus.
Hello?
Yes, yes, I'm just trying to share my screen.
Okay.
Can everybody see my screen right now?
Yes, very good.
Yeah. So yeah, I'd like to introduce Dr. Redigus, who is a wonderful professor, researcher, practitioner, mentor, and person in general, who I have known for about 10 years. So we are honored to have her today to present on emerging areas and professional development. Dr. Redigus is professor and chair emeritus in the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics at the University of North Florida. She is the past president of the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, formerly the American Dietetic Association, and currently chairs the Academics Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Access Committee. And Dr. Redigus has received numerous recognitions. Her area of focus are diversity, underserved populations, health disparity, and education. So she has been involved in educational surveys and research activities for over 40 years. She has served as consultant on a variety of initiatives, and she also has many peer-reviewed and consumer publications. Dr. Rodriguez is a registered dietitian nutritionist and received her PhD in cultural anthropology from Rutgers University and her master's degree in nutrition and health education and bachelor degree in nutrition and dietetics from New York University. So without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Rodriguez to start her presentation.
Thank you, Xiping. Let's see, I'm going to try to share my screen and let me know if you can see it. Do you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, well, great. Well, I have to tell you, it is really impressive to hear about all the things you all have done in just 10 years. My deepest congratulations and wishes for many more successful years. And thank you very much for inviting me to be a speaker. It really is an honor. I will be speaking on emerging areas of and professional development in nutrition and dietetics. And I will be really doing a somewhat general overview. And I hope that then in the discussion, we can get some feedback from some of you in terms of some of the things that you specifically are seeing in terms of emerging areas of professional development and the profession in and of itself. So let me just start by putting my disclosures. I am, as Xiping mentioned, and Xiping and I have known each other for many years and been great colleagues together. It's nice to see you. It's been a while. In terms of my disclosures, I am still involved with the Academy, as Xiping has mentioned. I also do some consulting now that I'm retired with different organizations. And I'm also a board member of the International Confederation of Dietetic Associations, which is ICDA. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that, but it's a global organization of dietetic associations. And also I serve on several advisory boards, both locally and professionally or academically. So for this session, I will do an overview, but what I was hoping we could look at is the market outlook for the nutrition and dietetics profession, and then analyze some of the trends that are facing the profession. And as I heard you talk about your mentoring and a lot of the things you do, I hope this will help you in terms of guiding future practitioners and future colleagues. And hopefully we can reflect on opportunities for our own personal professional development and growth in the profession. So what's basically the biggest thing to look at when you look at future practice? Basically what we call as VUCA, which means the future. You all know, especially over the past 2 to 3 years, that tomorrow is volatile. We don't know what's going to happen. It's uncertain. Things come up when you least expect them. What's more, it's becoming increasingly complex, both as a world in and of itself, but also within the profession. And that's creating a lot of new challenges, but also new opportunities. And of course, it's ambiguous. We don't really always know. We can try to plan. We can look at some of the information and hopefully be strategic in what we're trying to do. So what do you need? And again, a lot of this is general, but I want you to really reflect on it. One of the things we really need as a personal attribute for the future, both personally and professionally, is what is known as agility. That is flexibility. It's so nice when things don't change. You all know that, but you also know that that's not going to happen. And so part of it is we really need to be flexible. And when we see dynamics arising, that we really need to take action. And one of the things that is sort of a common saying is Basically, you need to plan, otherwise you fail. And I remember when I was president of the Academy and we were looking strategically at future issues that were coming up, and we were looking at current programs, current initiatives. Oftentimes, I'd have to go back and say, guys, look, if we know there is a problem, either in a program, in a process, in an issue, when you know there is a problem, if you fail to act, you have chosen to fail. And that is something that you really have to think about all the time, because a lot of times we see a problem and because it's complicated or it's hard, we ignore it. But that means we're making a conscious choice to fail. And that's an important thing that I think we need to look at as we see change. It takes courage. It's hard. I proposed a lot of changes. Jiping knows when I was chair, also as president, and I still have people 10, 12 years later who are angry at me. But at least I know that things turned out better. And so that's kind of what helps you sleep at night. But it requires systems thinking. We don't always know what the answer is going to be, but we can think strategically and weigh the options for the different alternatives. And that's really something that is important. And key to that, and to being successful, I think, is the next one, is that your constituents, your public, your clients, your employers, they have to feel they trust you. And so these are the kinds of things you want to consider when you look at your skills and development. So what's the outlook in terms of just employment in general? And I'll kind of go through it quickly, but especially now, for those of you that are in academia or in practice or working with industry, these are the areas that are showing the biggest trend pretty much globally. Leisure, hospitality industries are projected to grow the fastest. So what are our opportunities as nutrition and dietetics professionals in that leisure and hospitality industry? If we miss it, we're giving the jobs away to other people. That's what I always say. We know that healthcare is the fastest employment growth among all occupational groups, and that includes all of the health professions, being specific to dietitians here, but that's projected 11% growth. In the US, that's about 6,000 openings a year, but this profession is growing globally. And then the other areas that are projected to have the highest growth are personal care, service occupations, food prep, and serving. I think that has a lot of implications, especially personal care and food prep, for our preparation of future practitioners, because that's where a lot of the jobs are going to be. One, in terms of money, because food industry is one of the better paying areas of our profession, and personal care is one of the fastest growing. And one of the things many practitioners want to do now is be entrepreneurs. So what can we do in that personal care area that'll help us create a niche? So what are the most in-demand skills as it relates to those issues? Higher order cognitive skills, that is complex problem solving, fluency of ideas, creativity or originality, and active learning. So from a personal perspective, what can we do to keep those higher order cognitive skills pretty much, intact and keep it developing them? From an educational perspective, we've got to figure out it's not enough to just teach rote learning and basic concepts. What we need to embed in what we're teaching is how to do complex thinking, complex program solving. That's what is really going to be needed. And part of that is also having specific knowledge areas, skills, or abilities that help us create a niche for ourselves. So if it's renal, if it's food science, whatever it is, what is the niche where the skills are being developed to really make us competitive in the labor market? What are some of the challenges that we face? And there's so many, but this is sort of, a general one. And the interesting thing when I was looking at all of this is that All of this has been projected for the past 15, 20 years. So we knew it was coming, but it was coming slowly. But what happened, and I'll get into this later, is the pandemic hit and it just kind of made all of this snowball, okay? Disparities in care across different groups in the United States and globally. This pandemic made us see that we do not distribute access to care equitably among different communities, no matter where it is. So how can we do that more effectively, especially in the area of food and nutrition, because that has such long-term consequences. There's also a decline in the number of people available to work. And this is an interesting one because there are different variables that are affecting that. One of them is we have in the US an increasing aging population. So that, those of us that are retiring or have retired. In addition to that, there have been changes in how people want to work or where they want to work. And also now the economy and how it's sort of changing has affected the ability of access to jobs. The other one is the use of analytics or information changes, IT infrastructures. All of those are creating challenges, but also think about opportunities for how to bridge nutrition and dietetics, food science with IT, because that's really an emerging area of practice now. I mentioned the fast growth in leisure and hospitality. And of course, another one that just kind of snowballed with the pandemic is the issue of telehealth. We were moving slowly toward telehealth, and all of a sudden we had no choice. And so how have we prepared people who are going out to practice to do this? And are we getting ready to accelerate this teaching so that those that are coming out will now be ready? Other challenges, changing work models, and I'll talk about this a little bit more in a minute, but basically there's a whole new attitude about what we think work should be. We want more freedom, we want more flexibility. Again, this was kind of coming along, and the pandemic hit, it put us in different types of work settings, and we suddenly realized, heck, I could work from home. Now, for some of us in academia, we've already done that, but it's increased it more. It's given us new ways of visualizing what we do and how we do it at home, but it's also done it for other industries. And those other industries will impact us, and we will have a chance to impact those other industries as we train future practitioners. Cybersecurity is creating a lot of issues, with ransomware, and that's affecting people both personally and institutionally. So it's, this issue of cybersecurity, that's an exploding area for career development. And so some of the universities are now starting to have those programs. You know about emerging risks. Again, COVID was one of those. Now we've got monkeypox. So many things that are unexpected. For nutrition and dietetics, another one that's always been around, but it's getting to be much more problematic, is the issue of competition from others who may have very little training, but think that because they eat, they know. And you all know because you probably sit at your family's dinner tables with your friends, and you have to engage in these conversations from people who think they know much more than you. And so it's a challenge to how to be diplomatic, but also how do you prepare yourself to have the competitive edge that is needed to be trusted. And another change we're seeing is what we call the distributed organization. And what that means is that you're not seeing as much of a hierarchical structure in work, but you're seeing more of a collaborative, what we call circle out or circle in, as opposed to top-down type of institutions. So what does it mean in terms of education? I think for those that, as you were talking about mentoring students and you were mentioning some of the things you've done, I thought that's really wonderful. And I hope that I could have you think about this a little bit too, in terms of when you're counseling persons, what are things to consider? Right now, the interesting thing is that the PhD is still the terminal degree, okay? And almost all of us, what we have, because of our age and because of our training and tradition in education, is a PhD. But it's important to recognize that the EDD, or the Doctorate in Education, and the Doctorate in Clinical Nutrition are gaining much more prominence and significance and respect. And because of some of the things related to emerging markets, they're going to be in more demand. And so, for example, how do you work with somebody you're mentoring who might have a background in a bachelor's and a master's in nutrition science? How can they use that and then go get an EDD? And what will it do for them? It'll do a lot of things, because right now there's going to be a shortage of academics in nutrition. And the way that the education system is also changing, with increased use of technology, increased use of simulation, we need people who have pedagogical knowledge and pedagogical skills to evaluate whether or not those systems of education work for the health professions or for others. Even if you're an educator who's teaching and training people in food science, but now you're having to use labs virtually, you need that pedagogical knowledge and skills to know whether or not that technique is appropriate for one course and maybe not for the other. Okay, so the EDD is an emerging and increasingly important degree, especially as it relates to assessing the efficacy of different types of instructional techniques. The practice doctorate is becoming more important because, as you know, some of you perhaps may not, but effective 2024, in the profession of nutrition and dietetics in the United States, for accreditation through the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, the minimum requirement will be the master's degree plus registration. What does that mean? That means that now all these institutions that maybe had a master's prepared person being a program director and teaching courses are going to have people with the doctorates to teach a minimum master's level person. We don't have enough of them. That, and the other issue that's come up, and this is why the practice doctorate is taking on more significance, is now you're training practitioners or clinicians at a master's level. So whoever's training them at the doctorate level ideally should have some clinical practice knowledge. That's why the clinical practice doctorate is becoming more desirable in academia when you're teaching practitioners. Okay, so that's one thing. The other thing I like to mention, and you know, you've probably all thought about this in different ways. For the master's degree, one of the things that is I've been asked about is, but why do they require any kind of master's? It's not just a master's in nutrition. Well, pretty much you know that a master's already ups your cognitive and analytical skills. That's sort of a foregone conclusion. But the other piece to it is, when the research was done by the Academy to decide what do we do with a master's, what was found is that many of the master's prepared practitioners don't have a master's degree in nutrition because of what it is they want to do. You can either diversify or you can specialize. And depending on what you want to do, you need one degree or the other. And you know, most of you know that. And if you look at my degrees, which my husband used to complain and say, I don't know what I want to be when I grow up, I chose to diversify. I had a bachelor's in nutrition. I had a master's in higher education. I had a PhD in anthropology. Diversified me. Now, it made me a, what do they call it, a master of none. But because I like doing a lot of different things, I was able to work in many different kinds of practice areas where they emphasized pedagogy, or where they emphasized cultural diversity, cultural competence. I was able to consult with different companies that had different kinds of needs about development of educational materials or working with different population groups. So you can choose to diversify as part of your upper degree or higher level degree cognitive skill development. And that's one of the things that we're seeing. And that's one of the reasons why. Or you can choose to specialize. So, you know, in clinical nutrition, you then specialize in renal, oncology, diabetes, pediatrics. But the important thing is to, I think if you're working with other students or working with others, is to recognize those two different types of skill sets.
Recording stopped.
And for different kinds of things, they will vary, okay? So the point here is when
Recording in progress.
Sorry. What I really wanted to mention here, and I want you to think about it for your organization as you seek professional development of your members and as you seek to mentor a lot of students, is that right now there is that need for increasing skills, but only 4% of nutrition dietetics practitioners have a doctorate at a time when many of us are ready to retire. So it's job opportunities waiting to happen. And as I mentioned before, the 2024 effectively, the minimum will be a master's degree. So what's the future of work? A lot of it we've talked about before, different places where people work. It could be at home, in the office. Some people I've seen them working at Starbucks, in Panera's. It's having the computer that's going to let you work. Smaller organizations, as you see more entrepreneurs start their own places, which means different types of hierarchical structures. However, there's a continued emphasis on wellness with flexible floor plans. Some companies now don't even have offices. They have different types of desks, 2-seater, 4-seater, circular. Depending on what you need to do that day, you just reserve one of those spaces, okay? You may have different types of assistants. Some of them might be technological. And so what it means is the future of practice means that you're going to have a virtual water cooler. That means you're going to have to learn how to socialize within the virtual world so that you can create collaborations. I think that's great because especially for you all, I mean, that'll give you all of Asia you can work with and you can just do it all, each of you from home. So that's a wonderful opportunity there. Practice changes, more practice-based research. Again, healthcare wants outcomes. So we need to teach people not only how to do nutrition science research, but how to evaluate the effectiveness of interventions. Did it save money? Did it decrease return times for hospital admissions? What did it do? Okay. More work with interprofessional teams. All of this higher cognitive means there's going to be a bigger expectations of knowing how to apply evidence-based practice. As you all have already mentioned, you're doing much more collaboration. As you were talking, I imagined, oh, wouldn't it be wonderful to measure some kind of clinical outcome in China and in the US in 2 different hospitals and see how the intervention worked. That would give it a global application. There's more use of the nutrition-focused physical exam and also increased autonomy with personalized care, telehealth, and prescriptive freedom. So basically the pandemic, as I mentioned before, is changing how America works. Pew Center has done some research on it. Scientific America published an article on how COVID changed the world of work. And the interesting one that Time came up with was the pandemic revealed how much we hate our jobs, but now we have a chance to reinvent it. And that's a wonderful opportunity. So again, proximity jobs will be disrupted. more remote work. E-commerce has been growing because of that, and faster adoption of automation. We don't have a choice now, okay? And the other thing is many people are now switching occupations. That's one of the things that's happened. I just briefly want to mention before we end that the ICDA did a survey of some of its member organizations. So it's what the organization thinks is happening in their country. And 75 of them, or 18 of the members, thought that the one area where there's most increases in entrepreneurship, and they believe that it's having a positive impact in the profession and in terms of their countries. And I think China was one of the ones that participated. The other thing they found was that the use of social media increased. What are we teaching people about how to use social media in practice? Okay? And how are we teaching them to use it to do research? That's the other thing. Most of it had a positive impact. And where did they think most of the changes were happening? Basically, again, private practice and in public health. Then you had pretty much stable across the other areas, research, academia, clinical, and a little bit less in food systems. But private practice is where a lot of the world is going. And what are the areas where they think the focus has increased? They consistently said obesity and wellness. And it's like an oxymoron, a contradiction. But we're seeing that those are the two that need it, okay? Next one, of course, along with that, makes sense, is chronic diseases. So what are your areas of growth? Professionally, I think, as I've mentioned, academia, only 4% have a doctoral degree in nutrition dietetics at a time where we're going to see an increased need because of the master's requirement. Another area that's showing a lot of need is disaster preparedness and planning. Keep in mind, every time there's a disaster, be it a hurricane, be it human-made, be it conflict, what are the things that happen? Access to food, access to water. What are the logistical systems that help us address that? And if we don't do it as practitioners, other disciplines are going to take that over. Entrepreneurship, as I mentioned before, and again, food security, which is in many ways tied to disaster preparedness and planning. Another one that is becoming increasingly important, and we've seen it in the academy, where more and more members want to be members of the international organization or the Global Nutrition Organization, or MIG. They're doing work either with industry, with NGOs, or as part of research. Okay, and some of them are doing it purely for service, philanthropic work. We have a growth is high risk for critical decision making, for interprofessional collaboration and technology. One thing too that I wanted to just mention here is, when I say high risk critical decision making, think about this. One of the things that members at the academy used to often complain to me about is, I don't make enough money. And I'd ask them, what do you do? Okay, because think about it. Why does a heart surgeon make more money than a family physician? It's because of the critical decision-making issue at that moment and the need for advanced skill level training. And so for the nutrition and dietetics profession, if you have a task or a job that forces you to make critical decisions quickly, where you needed advanced skill level training, chances are you're going to make a good amount of money. That's the other reason too, sometimes why a food systems manager will make more money than a dietitian. They're managing more resources because they have many more employees under their supervision. They have bigger budgets, and they have to make critical decision-making at the last minute. I remember once there was a fire in the kitchen I was working at. That's a critical decision-making moment. They have to make purchases that could cost the organization millions of dollars. They're going to be more valuable. So how can we teach people to have those skills so that they can be valuable and they can be paid their worth? And then just to finish, specialty practice, as I mentioned before, working with multicultural populations. We know that the environmental changes are creating a lot of issues as it relates to food production. And that's one where collaboration with industry would be very important. And as I mentioned before, higher level management and executive types of positions are also opportunities for growth. I know I ran through a lot of this because I had a lot to say, but I hope it's been useful for you, and I will gladly take any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Diggis, for the great and also thought-provoking talk. So we probably have a little time for one question, or maybe from the audience. Actually, this I think is not the question, but more like a comment, and also kind of already answered by our colleagues as well. So the question was, so how can we train our young dietitians to become rich businessmen in limited resources? As young dietitians do not have financial recourse, what may be the other opportunities?
Yeah, it really, that's been a big issue in terms of health professions training in general. And actually, when you look at the research for health professions training, the cost of education is almost always number one for all of the health professions. It's not an easy answer, and I wish I had one. There are a lot, but there are things that I think have to be done. One of them is, I think, as educators, we need to learn to be more flexible in how we design curricula. Because the truth is, in most institutions, except for the very selective ones, most of the students work. In some cases, it might be 50% or 70% or more of the students are working. So that means we can't have the same old traditional curricula and schedules we used to have. That's why online has also become important. So even think about the masters, now that it's required. There are many parts of the world and the country where you can't drive easily to go to school at night and get your master's. But you need those higher level cognitive skills. So how can we design, an online master's that might only be one course a semester, that might be flexible, where it maybe there's one where it's real time, but maybe it's taped so that it can be viewed later. We really need to change our ways. And I think that if we don't, we're going to start losing people to other professions. They work. The other thing is, we know a trend that's been happening for many years now is that most people will have multiple careers over their lifetime. What that means is we're going to be getting people who are coming in for their second or third career. For goodness sakes, I think we need to be flexible. If they've worked in food systems, why are we making them do 300 hours in a food, in a kitchen, in a hospital food service? How can we learn to assess prior skills and give credit for that, so that maybe they don't have to take a particular course? I think we fail as educators if we don't look at the needs and changing issues of society that are impacting educational needs of students. And many of them now, because they're second or third career, they have families. So
well said. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Diggis. Really, our profession should be flexible and adapt to the market and to the need. Thank you very much for coming, for the great talk, and I wish you a great evening. And so we'll move on to the next speaker. Thanks again.
Take care.
All right. So hello everyone. It's my great pleasure to introduce our second speaker today, Dr. Joe Wong. And Dr. Wong is current senior professor in the School of Pharmaceutical Sciences at Tsinghua University. He obtained his bachelor degree in clinical medicine with honors from Henan College of Chinese Medicine and a master degree in basic medicine from Beijing University of Chinese Medicine. Then he obtained a second master degree in biopharmaceutical and his PharmD in pharmaceutical sciences, both from National Okayama University in Japan. And Dr. Wang has been an assistant professor of pharmacology at National Okayama University and associate professor in Department of Biological Sciences, and later promoted to full-time professor and moved to School of Medicine at Tsinghua University. He joined the new established School of Pharmaceutical Science, Tsinghua University, as a senior professor in 2015. Dr. Wang has worked on studying of aging and aging-related diseases, as well as their biological mechanisms, with a focus on neuropharmacology and metabolic pharmacology, especially pharmacology related with brain aging, bone aging, and degenerative diseases such as Alzheimer's disease and osteoporosis. Dr. Wang has published over 200 research articles, reviews, and book chapters, and made many academic presentations in related conferences. So we are very excited for his presentation. Without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Wang to begin his presentation.
好的，感谢大会的邀请，感谢老师的介绍。我是清华大学的王钊，今天给大家分享一下我实验室的最近的一些工作。我的教育背景是临床医学，也就是说我是大夫出身的，所以有一些东西可能还是临床的多一些，我希望能够得到大家的指正。今天要给大家介绍的是麸质饮食通过调控肠道菌群来改善肌肉减少表型的这样的一些我们的工作。肌肉减少症是衰老里边一个常见的一个症状，它包括原发的，也就是增龄随着年龄增加导致的肌衰症，还有继发的，主要就是缺乏活动、疾病或者营养不良所导致的。我们在这儿主要是说的和衰老相关的第一种原发性的肌肉衰减症。世界的人口老龄化我们就不多说它了，因为这个时间的话可能稍微往后拖了一点，我就稍微快一点说。然后老龄化人口一直在增加，这个主要是和社会的发展和医疗卫生事业的发展以及人们的一些思想观念、教育程度的改变相关的。所以健康老龄化我们叫 health aging 的可能是一个很重要的议题了。那么在中国的老年人里边，肌肉衰减症是非常普遍的。我们可以看到这个图里边一些不同年龄、性别或者地区中国老年人口肌肉衰减的发生率。我们在这个地方应该可以看到农村无论是男女，其肌肉衰减的发生率都高于城市。这是一个很有意思的现象。我们通常认为城市的人可能活动会更少一些，而乡下的人可能会活动更多一些。但是在我们的统计里边和我们看到的其他的一些数据里边，农村的肌肉衰减症的发生率要远远的高于城市啊，不论是男女。那么在衰老过程中，平均肌肉容量的下降呢，就会导致一些不稳定、跌倒、骨折，这个的前提基本上都是衰减症发生以后而增加的一些继发的一些现象，进而增加对医疗和社会服务的需求。与衰老相关的肌肉减少症已经成为一个公共的 卫生问题。好，这个是一个比较有名的图，就是讲了衰老相关的一些生理变化啊，衰老相关，这个衰老发生的时候会有各种各样的变化，包括干细胞耗竭、线粒体的这样一些失调、蛋白的内稳态丧失，以及营养感知和失调等等。我们一般把这个叫做衰老的 hallmarker， 就是它在这个特征里边有一半都是和肌肉衰减症的发生相关联的，当然也有一些目前看不到关系的，比如说端粒的缩短等等啊。那么肌肉衰减症的表现和机制呢，我们在后边可以详细的说一下。那么它的外在的因素包括营养不良、缺乏运动、并发的一些其他的疾病。内在的因素的话，主要是肌肉组成的变化、肌纤维类型的变化，肌肉神经接头的变化，体内的一些炎症水平的上升，胞内蛋白质降解的加剧等等。当然还有肌细胞自己的干细胞，也就是卫星细胞的失能，我们后边会说一下。我把这个机制的部分稍微的快一点给大家讲，然后我们后边讲和我们营养相关的。肌肉的变化，我们可以看到的，在肌肉减少症里边呢，它的这样一些结构的变化，肌肉里边的一个脂肪的浸润呢，发生于衰老和疾病过程中啊。那么我们可以看到，肌肉它有一个数量的减少和细胞体积的变小，在衰老的这里边，这两个都是需要的，就是看这个蓝色的小点点。那么在它衰老的时候，逐渐的，你看红色的还有，蓝色的就已经很少了啊。那么蓝色的呢，就是2型的肌纤维的退化，说明它细胞数量的减少啊，细胞数量减少。在人类还有一些啮齿类动物中，通常都能看到所有3种类型的肌纤维的年龄性的这个丧失，但是2型的 A、2型的 X 肌纤维的丢失比1型的要大得多啊，要大得多。所以说这个2型肌纤维的这样一个下降呢，是我们更需要关注的一个问题。2型的纤维呢，我们知道它是在快运动和需要力量大的时候这样的一些发挥作用的，而1型的呢，主要是和耐力相关，所以说老年人就更加不适合剧烈的运动啊，不适合剧烈运动。我们可以在这儿看到的细胞体积，也就是它的横断面会减小，也就是萎缩了。一个是数量减少，一个是细胞本身减小，这是老年性的肌肉衰减症的一个特色啊，和这个费用型的肌肉衰减不一样。费用型的主要是这个它的变小，数量并不变多啊，变少。神经肌肉接头的变化，我们可以看到这样的一些结构上的变化，我们不多说它。你可以看到，随着时间的推移，随着年龄的增加，运动神经元的轴突是逐渐的变细了。轴突变细呢，就会导致神经细胞的凋亡，而神经细胞凋亡以后，它对肌肉的支配就会丧失。那么整个这样一个运动单位的肌肉细胞就会萎缩，发生凋亡，也就是发生了老年性的肌肉萎缩。我们从动物实验上来看呢，在衰老的过程中，运动神经元的神经支配逐渐的会减少20%到30%。另外就是炎症因子，炎症因子引起了肌细胞内一些信号的变化，促进了蛋白的降解，抑制蛋白的形成。这样的话，肌肉的细胞就不能得到很好的补充和修复，也会影响到它的自我更新。免疫衰老呢，可以加剧炎症的产生和肌肉的衰老。免疫衰老是最近在衰老生物学研究比较多的一个它和肌肉的衰老也是密切相关的。那么胞内，我们看看细胞里边啊，上面讲的都是胞外的一些因素，胞内的话又会怎么样？蛋白合成的减少，蛋白的分解增加，蛋白的错误折叠，还有我们通常知道的氧化应激、线粒体受损等等，它都可以表现为肌细胞的萎缩和凋亡啊。那么胞内的变化主要是蛋白降解的2个过程啊，蛋白降解的2个过程。我们可以看到胞内的变化，一个是泛素蛋白酶体系统，在肌肉衰减中它是活性增强的，也就是说很多这个蛋白都被降解掉了， 导致了蛋白的加速降解啊。另外一个是自噬，自噬可以清除细胞折叠的蛋白或者其他细胞的结构，不用的结构。所以说自噬的随着年龄的减退会影响细胞的正常功能，也就是说该清除的它没有清除，从而引起了肌肉的萎缩。在肌少症中，自噬水平的异常升高同样和肌肉萎缩有关啊，主要是红自噬的升高导致了肌肉细胞萎缩和功能的下降。刚才我们已经提到了，肌肉细胞有自己的干细胞，那么干细胞的话就是卫星细胞。上面我们说了，衰老过程中肌细胞的受损，在肌衰减的肌衰症的过程中呢，同时也发生了卫星细胞的失能，也就是说肌肉自己的干细胞不工作了，导致机体无法及时的修复更新受损的肌肉细胞，这样呢就加速了肌肉萎缩的一个进程啊。关于卫星细胞我不多说它。卫星细胞的这儿是展示了一个它的激活和迁移。你在正常的情况下的，那么卫星细胞它可以激活，是受到了基膜层的一些损伤，导致许多生长因子的释放啊，生长因子的一些释放。那么呢，这些生长因子激活静止的处于这个细胞继龄期的卫星细胞，然后卫星细胞就开始挪动，它会挪动到这样一个，从这儿开始挪动到一些受损的位置上去啊，受损的位置上去来修复受损的肌肉的纤维啊，来修复这样的一个受损的肌肉纤维。这是一个激活迁移的过程啊，激活迁移的过程。到这个位置以后，还会到达了受损位置，卫星细胞就会重新进入细胞周期，开始增殖。绝大多数新的卫星细胞呢，就会分化成了基源性的细胞，或者我们也叫成基细胞，逐渐的来修复这个受损的位置。还有一个，当然这个你用掉的这个卫星细胞以后，卫星细胞还可以自我的补充和更新啊。卫星细胞再生肌肉纤维的能力呢，它也随着年龄的增长而下降啊，而下降。那么它和它卫星细胞本身的因素和外界因素都有关系，数量的这个下降，内在的对肌纤维的修复能力的下降啊，它都是有关系的。我们可以看到这个图里边，你要分离一些年轻的与年老来源的不同的年轻和年老来源的卫星细胞，你移植到肌肉受损的小鼠中，你就可以看到这个年轻的卫星细胞它修复能力更强。年老的来源的肌肉这个卫星细胞，尽管它也是卫星细胞，但是它修复能力已经很弱了啊。这是比较典型的一个实验，大家都知道100年前就有人在做，把2个老鼠的血液循环给它连起来，这是2只年轻的老鼠，这是2只老的老鼠。那么这个是年轻老鼠和老的老鼠的血液循环连在一块儿，我们叫做一体共生啊，一体共生。那么通过这个血液的共同循环，这只老的老鼠就没有这些老老鼠老得快了。我们不能说它变得多年轻了，但是它至少老得很慢了啊，老得很慢了，说明在血液的里边，在一些循环里边是有着能够促进这个年轻的这样一些因素的啊，这样一些因素的。好，我们进入我们下边那个，就是肠道菌群。肠道菌群从多个方面对肌肉会产生非常重要的影响。肌肉萎缩在衰老过程中的表现呢，是非常明显的，大部分人都会随着年龄的增加产生。那么肠道菌群能够产生内毒素，从而对神经肌肉接头、对氨基酸代谢、线粒体生理等等产生一些比较重要的影响啊。最后呢，它就抑制或者促进了肌肉的萎缩。我们看一下，说了这么多肌肉减少症或者说是衰老中的一个重要的这样一个表现，那么我们怎么来治疗它？其实肌肉衰减到目前来说没有明确的药物治疗，运动是一个方面，大概是唯一被证明有效治疗肌肉萎缩症的一个方法。药物的话，尽管我们刚才说了，比如说2型这个肌纤维作为一个受体啊等等，目前并没有有效的药物。另外一个就是营养，除了运动就是营养，3大宏量营养素 在这个里边呢，我们认为脂肪是基础，适当的补充蛋白质，控制糖的摄入三大宏量营养素，脂肪是基础，适当控制补充蛋白质，要控制糖的摄入。我们仔细说一下我们的一些观点和试验的一些结果。目前对肌肉萎缩的饮食干预呢，大家都注重了蛋白、氨基酸、N3等等多不饱和脂肪酸、多酚类等等。一说你的肌肉不行了，或者你去健身房回来了，推荐的都是蛋白粉蛋白粉。然而负脂饮食对在这个过程中是产生了什么样的作用负脂饮食产生了什么样的作用？我们对它进行了一些研究。其实在中国大陆的这些网站上，你都可以看到推荐的这个所谓的高蛋白饮食，比如说鸡蛋、牛奶、鱼、虾、肉，包括素食的豆类等等。你们都可以看到，这个在补充蛋白的同时，实际上它的脂肪，我们可以看到它的脂肪含量是很高的比如说鸡蛋里边，那它的脂肪和蛋白是一样多的，牛奶里边也是脂肪要比蛋白更多。像大豆，我们是用它来榨油的，那么它的脂类的含量很高，所以推荐的所谓的高质量的蛋白补充的食物，基本上都同时是高脂的。这我想说明一下这个问题。好，我们开始做了一些实验。我们首先有一个动物模型叫 36 敲除小鼠我们叫做 36 敲除的小鼠。这个小鼠把这个基因敲除以后，这个小鼠通常是能活4周在第4周的时候基本上就死完了那么就是在正常饲料的情况下，如果我们把这个饲料的比例变一下，把这个饲料的脂肪类的变高，蛋白类的不太改变，那么把糖分的话是降低脂肪，看看这个脂肪是升高的，这是正常饲料，这是我们自己单独做的饲料，脂肪升高，然后蛋白不变，糖类降低。我们就可以看到，在第4周的时候，其他的老鼠差不多都死了，而我们还有非常高的这样一个生存率。也就是说，你仅仅是改变了一个饮食里边的脂肪的比例，它的在4周时候的生存率就提高了12倍就提高了12倍。其实这个老鼠它前3周是吃奶的，我们换了这个饲料以后，它仅仅是过了1周仅仅是过了1周。我们看后边这是刚才说的第4周的头上。那么我们继续用高脂饮食来喂养 36 敲除的小鼠的话，我们就可以看到，在正常的条件下，小鼠还是活了4周活了4周。而在这个长期的给予这个负脂饮食，我们就可以看到雄性的小鼠雄性的小鼠呢，大概可以活到26周，雌性的小鼠最长延长到了38周，从4周就到了将近40周。这边是表示了它的体重也是在逐渐的增加说明了至少从表观上，从它的症状上，我们可以看到负脂饮食在这样的一个情况下，它起到了一个延长寿命、促进健康的作用36大家可能接触不是很多，是一个我们常说的长寿基因长寿基因。那么去掉这个基因之后的老鼠，我们就做成了一种叫做早衰模型。其中早衰里边，它的个头非常小，你就可以看到肌肉萎缩是非常明显的，或者内脏的萎缩。我们用负脂饮食呢，就延长了36小鼠的寿命和健康寿命那么还有一个很有意思的现象，这个小鼠死亡的时候，在4周，我们可以检测到它的血糖很低，血糖确实是喂了它糖水的这一组就是糖水的这一组。显示网络有点问题，可以听得到吧？那么糖水组的话可以使它的血糖上升，但是对它的寿命基本上没有什么影响，可能能延长2-3天的寿命 而很有意思的，当我们给予他高脂饮食以后，血糖上来了啊，血糖上来了，这是个很有意思的问题。大家不太会想到，我血糖低要去补充脂肪去啊，所以我们正在和一些医院的营养科开展一些难治性低血糖的治疗。我们不是补糖，而是以补脂肪为主啊，来治疗难治性的低血糖。现在在和医院的营养科在开展啊。那么我们可以看到，复制饮食喂养的 36敲除小鼠的肝脏、脂肪、肌肉的萎缩都得到了减缓，衰老的相关表达也减少了啊，衰老的相关表达它也减少了。可以看到白色脂肪、褐色脂肪、骨骼肌、心肌等等啊，那么肌肉生长的抑制因素的表达水平也降低了啊，也降低了。好，复制饮食减缓了36敲除小鼠的组织萎缩与早衰的特征。那么我刚才说，我们既把它作为一个早衰的模型，也把它作为一个肌肉萎缩的这样一个模型来研究肌肉萎缩啊。有研究证明，营养不足、代谢异常和肌少症的发展是密切相关的啊。那么我们就想，复制饮食是不是改善了它的肌少的症状啊？我们就做了这样一些36敲除小鼠表现出来的一些相关的肠道菌群的失调和肌少症的关系啊，肌少症的关系。我们可以看到这个图，那么野生型的就是 WT 这个野生型的和36敲除的小鼠，它的肠道菌群是不一样的，肠道菌的阿尔法和贝塔多样性差异非常大，尤其是阿尔法啊，尤其是阿尔法。那么肠道内容物做了肠道菌群测序以后，我们可以看到，随着增龄，也就是这个衰老，菌群的阿尔法多样性是降低的，而36敲除小鼠菌群的阿尔法也是显著的低于野生型的啊，显著的低于野生型的。我们可以看得到，它的阿尔法的这个diversity 是很低的。那么说明我们把它作为一个衰老的模型是合适的。然后在36敲除小鼠里边，它的短链脂肪酸和其他的生产菌种的水平都降低了啊，都降低了。衰老的个体中，肠道内短链脂肪酸的产生水平是低的，就是不是36敲除的时候，正常衰老的鼠，它的肠道里边短链脂肪酸生产水平就是降低的。那么我们可以看到呢，尤其是乙酸和丁酸为主。同时，短链脂肪酸的产生菌啊，产生这个短链脂肪酸这个菌的丰度也是减小的。好，我们就在想，36敲除小鼠的肠内的促炎、促老的等等的相关菌群，它是富集了。比如说，我们大家一想都能想到的大肠杆菌啊，大肠杆菌这样的，它是富集的，是高了，就是36敲除以后它是高了，说明衰老和这个肠道菌群非常有关。但是这儿有一个问题，是衰老引起了菌群的失调呢，还是菌群的失调加剧了衰老？然后我们就做了菌群的移植啊，移植，是不是肠道菌群在起作用？我们把这个老年的或34敲除小鼠的肠道菌群，我给它移植到健康的老鼠里边，它会变得更老吗？或者变老的更快吗？确实是这样。如果你把这个36敲除鼠的这样一个肠道菌群移植到了正常鼠里边，这个正常鼠就比其他的正常鼠要衰老的更快，毛发会变白，然后血糖会变低，说明它比其他老鼠要老得快了。肠道菌群的一个移植就已经使它老得快了啊。那么36敲除鼠肠道菌群的受体小鼠，就是获得这个肠道菌群的小鼠呢，也出现了肠道的炎症啊，出现了炎症。那么粪便呢也发生了变化，整个的肠道菌群和肠道的这个结构也有损伤，炎症升高了啊。那么同时我们再接着检查它的器官发生了衰老。我们通常检查脾脏和肾脏，它是随着增龄就是比较容易发生变化的两个器官。 我们可以看到，如果你把 36 敲出鼠的这个肠道菌给它移植到正常的鼠里边了啊，我们就可以看到它的一些衰老相关蛋白，比如说 P21、P16 这样的一些蛋白，在结肠、在脾脏、在肾脏中都会有所升高，它们是和衰老相关的啊。那么它的贝塔盖要染色就说明了它的这个衰老程度的，那么阳性率显著的高于对照组。那么就回答了我们一开始的问题 ，36 敲除所导致的菌群失调是可以加剧机体的衰老进程的。你就是把它放到了正常的健康的机体里边，它仍然是促使了这个健康机体的衰老。好，我们看这个麸质饮食是能够重塑 36 敲除小鼠的肠道菌群的。就是说，我们一开始说你给它吃了这个油水比较多的这个饮食，为啥它就活的时间长了？那么重塑它的肠道菌群，那么是一个很重要的因素。在这儿我们可以看到，麸质饮食干预以后，KO 小鼠，也就是基因敲除小鼠的菌群与野生型的菌群更为相似了。从这儿以后，它和野生型的就更加接近了啊。那么刚才说到的大肠杆菌，它是一个主要的致病菌，它的风度就显著的下降啊。那么在麸质饮食喂养下，这样那个 36 敲除小鼠的肠道结构啊也被改善了。我们可以看到，给了它以后这个给了它这个高脂饮食以后，我们知道只给了1周，就是到第4周断奶以后3周吃奶，然后1周吃了这个高脂饮食。刚才说了，它的生存率从 6.7% 就到了 89%啊，89%。那么麸质饮食是大大的改善了 36 敲除小鼠的肠道结构和功能的啊。麸质饮食的喂养的这样一个 36 敲除小鼠的肠道菌群，对于野生型的受体小鼠是无害的啊，就是无害的。我们刚才说，如果你把这个基因敲除小鼠的肠道菌群移植给正常老鼠了，这正常老鼠就变老了，老得快了。但是如果我这个是 36 敲除鼠，但是我给了它高脂饮食，它自己就变得好了。我把这个肠道菌群再移植到正常的鼠上面去，健康的鼠上面去，它对正常健康的鼠基本上就不表现出来那些坏的作用了啊，很有意思的一个这个实验是吧？那么麸质饮食就改变了 36 敲除小鼠的代谢模式。这个代谢模式呢，主要是把这个糖酵解代谢啊，它在 36 敲除以后发生了一些变化，主要是糖酵解代谢变成了脂类的代谢啊，脂肪的代谢，代谢的模式发生了改变啊。那么麸质饮食改变了基因的表达，也就是表观基因的这样一些变化，减少了组蛋白乙酰化的水平啊，减少了它的这样一个水平。同时呢，肌肉和肝脏里边的这个肌优功能急剧分析，我们可以看到，我们进一步做了它的一些这种机制到底发生在哪儿了啊？我们可以看到这样的一些分析，不管是肌肉还是肝脏的，我们可以看到涉及到的都有一个就是 insulin， 就是胰岛素信号通路啊，它都涉及到了肌肉里边、肝脏里边都涉及到了，然后我们就把胰岛素信号通路给拿出来 ，insulin IGF-1 的pathway拿出来看。那么首先，麸质饮食是抑制了这个pathway的，是降低了糖酵解水平的啊，降低了糖的摄取和糖酵解啊，这个我们可以看到是吧？降低了它糖酵解。那么抑制了胰岛素，也就是 insulin IGF-1 的 pathway 啊，这是我们从这个IGF-1 receptor 等等 insulin 的 receptor 来可以看到，它是降低了 insulin IGF-1 的这样一个激活的程度的啊。也有人会问到我们说，这个高脂饮食是不是和那个生酮饮食差不多呀？我们是能光吃肉行不行？其实还是不行的。我们的结果表明了，脂肪酸是抑制糖酵解的一个主要的因素，而酮体，我直接给予它酮体的时候是没有这个功能的 所以我们的这个高脂饮食并不代表，至少在这个试验里边不代表生酮饮食。好，这个也是从另外一个角度我们可以看到是脂肪酸而不是酮体降低了 insulin IGF-1 signal pathway 和这个糖酵解的相关的蛋白表达，并且延缓了细胞衰老，是脂肪酸在起作用而不是酮体在起作用。那么又说这个脂肪酸那么多，到底是哪种脂肪酸？实际上我们这儿看到的基本上脂肪酸的这个作用不太分是哪一种脂肪酸，我们换了几种脂肪酸都得到了基本上同样的效果啊，同样的效果。不同种类的脂肪酸，我们可以看到这个不同种类的脂肪酸，那么它都可以抑制胰岛素信号通路啊，都可以抑制信号通路。好，还有一个是自噬的过程。自噬的过程本来是清除有害蛋白的，如果它自噬在衰老的时候不强了，那么我们的这个脂肪酸呢，可以抑制胰岛素下游，从而解除对自噬过程的抑制，使它恢复正常的自制。也就是说，把体内的一些该清除的东西、该回收再利用的东西，那么自噬就可以又发挥作用了啊。这是一个总结图了，脂肪酸来抑制胰岛素和 IGF-1 信号通路这样的一个激活的啊，这样的一个激活的。36敲除属具有衰老相关典型的菌群失调的表征，我们把它做成一个早衰模型和肌肉衰老的模型。从我们的试验来看呢，如果你给予了它这样一个副脂饮食，就可以重塑它的菌群结构，改善肠道功能，来延长小鼠的寿命和健康寿命啊。这是一个总结图，从高脂饮食啊，从高脂饮食经过了这么多一个各种各样的这个机制以后，它改善了肌肉的萎缩啊，改善了肌肉的萎缩。以上的内容我们主要是说副脂饮食能够重塑肠道菌群的结构，尤其是在衰老的鼠里边，恢复肠道功能正常，从而缓解衰老，延长机体寿命，改善机体的健康。副脂饮食增加脂肪酸循环的水平，抑制了 insulin IGF-1 信号通路，改善了机体代谢。那么它的主要的是把这个代谢的模式改变了，从糖酵解变成了脂肪酸的代谢。副脂饮食可能通过改善肠道菌群的结构呢，恢复自噬，促使了线粒体的修复再生啊。好，这个我的工作也得到了我们很多这个机构的支持，像我在这个Food Science and Human Wellness 这样的一个杂志里边呢，我想把我们这个杂志简单说一两句。这是一个开放获取的这个模式，这个杂志是我们在大陆创办的第一本食品科技类的全英文的学术期刊，2019年已经入选了中国科技期刊的卓越行动。它的范围包括了食品生物化学、碳水化合物、脂肪蛋白这些宏量营养素等等，包括了食品微生物加工等等，比如说发酵，还有食品营养和免疫学、食品安全和毒理学等等。那么这个杂志在这几年通过大家的努力呢，是上升的非常快。去年的影响因子已经上到了 8.0 以上啊 ，8.0 以上。那么我们的发刊的这个文量也是有大幅的增长。然后呢，文章的使用量在去年已经超过87万次。我们的作者也有很多，除了中国，美国是全文使用量最多的国家，还有印度、英国、韩国等等，说明了它有一个比较好的国际传播力。希望大家能够支持我们的 Food Science and Human Wellness。还有一个，我们在此基础上还做了一个 General of Future Food， 我想我们营养学会的各位老师都会很有兴趣的。那么这是我们2021年去年新创办的刊物，同样的是由北京食品科学研究院来主办的，也是开放获取的模式希望大家能够关注它，支持它。我的报告就完了，非常感谢，因为是我下午要出差，就是一会儿要出差。所以说跟韩老师也换了一下，非常感谢各位老师和主持的老师，谢谢。
谢谢王教授。Thanks, Dr. Zhao, for the very interesting and informative talk presentation. And the work is very impressive. and extensive, as you can show. So do you still have some time for 1 or 2 questions from our audience? Can I ask in English?
好啊，你可以的，中文或者英文都可以。
Okay. We have I think we have 2 questions from our audience. The first question. So can we isolate poor silent cells to study them or for the treatment purpose? 也就是说，我们可不可以分离纯satellite cell 纯卫星细胞？是为了我们可以治疗使用，可不可以分离纯的卫星细胞用于治疗 ？The first question.
好，干细胞治疗不仅仅在肌肉里边，在其他的方面现在也在积极的推进，但是到目前为止，并没有一个干细胞的疗法通过了国家，包括美国或者中国的这样一个FDA 的批准的，大家都还做尝试。一个干细胞，你想让它来替换掉一些有病的、受损的或者衰老的细胞，并不是一件容易的事情。它不是那么简单的替换，它需要有一个工作的环境，它要在适当的环境里边才可能去发挥作用，而不仅仅是说我只要放进去它就变了，不是这样。还有一个干细胞最大的一个问题就是说，它是干细胞，它长成什么样，未来会朝着什么样发展，你是不知道的。就像我们教育孩子似的，你让他当科学家，他不一定啊。所以干细胞也存在这样的问题，就是你要去指定它的分化路线去，是个很难的事情。我不认为到现在为止它已经解决了这个问题，但未来肯定会解决的。现在最好的办法就是说，它身体里边有的这些干细胞，你怎么样让它活泼起来，给它创造环境，可能是一个更现实的方法。
Great, thank you. We have a second question. Is what composition of fat was used in fat-rich diet in your study? And do you think different fat can take either positive or negative effect on health outcome, especially the cell aging? 就是说，您在实验当中，您的那个脂肪成分，就是说，比方说脂肪酸呀，不同种的脂肪，就是您能不能够详细说一下？另外，您觉得不同种的脂肪是不是会有的是有益效用、有益作用，有的是有可能有害的，尤其是对于cell aging 细胞的老化，会不会有不同的相反的作用？您能不能解答一下？
好的，谢谢。其实我在动物实验里边，这个饲料是定制的。定制饲料的时候，我们做了很多配方，你还得让这个老鼠它喜欢吃，它不吃了也还不行，还要跟其他的对比着，你也不能做的，就是饲料你还得让它成型。所以我们当时基本上是用了棕榈油来做的这样的，这个可以从我们发表的文章里边查得到，是用棕榈油为主的。但是我们后边的这样一些试验的研究发现，实际上到体内以后，它是各种各样的脂肪酸，只要它能变成这个脂肪酸呢，它的来源似乎并不那么重要啊，似乎并不那么重要。你只要是能变成了合适的脂肪酸，才不管你是植物来源的、动物来源的，可能都是有效的。但是最后我说了，我们的是作用的这样一个水平是在脂肪酸上面，它并不能够变成酮体。变成酮体以后，这个作用反而是就没有了。所以我们说了是高脂饮食，或者我们叫负脂饮食，并不太提倡，并不支持生酮饮食。负脂饮食的一个意思就是说，在等热量的情况下，比如说我今天是200大卡，你可以把糖减少，把脂肪增多，但是总热量不要超过200大卡，这是负脂饮食。高脂饮食就像这种我们做恶病质，就是老的已经皮包骨头的那个时候，我们就不再讲究等热量的问题了，只要它能够接收，就尽量高点也没关系。那叫负脂饮食和高脂饮食的一点区别吧。
Great, thank you. And then related to this question, so I have a question, and also I think similar to the question from the audience as well. So because your study is an animal study, we can manipulate the composition of fat for the animal chow, right? For animal diet. But corresponding to the human diet, what type of high-fat food would you recommend to the human, to the elderly, based on your research finding?
好，我们在实验室只能是做老鼠，这样的话它是快。如果要是做人的话，首先要有很多复杂的这样的一些程序，比如说伦理就很难办。实际上我们这样在老鼠身上得到的一些好的结果以后，一直在和其他的一些单位，比如说北京医院，比如说协和医院的营养科，我们一直在做往人身上的转化的这些工作。我们已经在协和医院跟他们开展合作了，恶病治就是瘦的皮包骨头的时候，和这个肌肉衰减这样的一个工作，尤其是肌肉衰减，肌肉一少，大家就认为我得补蛋白，我得吃蛋白粉，实际上那个作用不如你脂肪和蛋白一起补，效果会更好。
Thank you.
我们在往人的身上转，是通过正当的途径。
Great, thank you. Look forward to it. And I think we probably have time for the last question, and then we'll move on to the other presentations. So another question. So fat-rich in saturated fatty acid or polyunsaturated fatty acid, does its fat diet increase total cholesterol? 是巨不饱和脂肪酸还是饱和脂肪酸？就是您这个实验结果有没有那个调查或研究它对 total 胆固醇的影响有没有增加？
我们做了是这样的一些研究，但是基本上在给予动物的时候，基本上是用的不饱和脂肪酸不饱和脂肪酸。因为我刚才解释了，就是说你在这个模型里边是用的高脂饮食，就是说它只要能高就让它高上去。在有一些另外的研究里边，我们是用的负脂饮食，就是总热量不变的情况下的饮食。那个时候的话，我们也用了饱和脂肪酸，并没有引起它的生化指标的更多的不好的表现。也就是说，胆固醇没有变得更高胆固醇没有变得更高。我们还有一个课题，我们会发现，反而是高糖的时候会使这个胆固醇变高，会使脂肪变高，也是个很有意思的现象。比如说脂肪肝，如果你要是得了脂肪肝以后长期的不摄入脂肪，只摄入高糖的饮食，这个脂肪肝会恶化的。你要是保持原来的饮食，反而会更好一点。就是高糖刺激了脂肪肝的恶化。
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Wang.
Again, 谢谢。
for your excellent.
我的联系方式大家在清华的官方网站上都可以找得到。我们可以多交流。谢谢大家。
Yes, if everyone have any questions, please feel free to contact Dr. Wang directly. And next, we will proceed to other presentations, and I will hand over to my colleague, Dr. Hao, to introduce next speaker. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It's my great pleasure to welcome Professor Junhua Han. First, I'd like to thank Dr. Han for your flexibility to switch your presentation time with Dr. Wang. We appreciate for that. Dr. Han is a professor in nutrition. Currently, she's a Secretary General of Chinese Nutrition Society. She works in National Institute of Nutrition and Health of China CDC and the National Center for Food Safety Risk Assessment for about 20 years. So she has been engaged in nutrition research and formulation of China national nutritional standards for many years. She has contributed a lot in the nutrition policy or nutrition standard. Probably some of you have already known that in China, there is a national nutrition plan of the state, which is one of the national initiative to promote health and nutrition status. Dr. Han had led the construction of China's national standard system for nutrition and special dietary food, and was responsible for drafting a number of important national standards. She served as the head and the speaker of the Chinese delegation of Codex Alimentarius, a commission on nutrition and food for special dietary uses for many years, which has greatly improved China's voice in international affairs, which is very important. Dohan has published more than 60 scientific articles and books and book chapters. So please join me. Welcome Dohan, give us a presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Hao. So can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you all for inviting me to this meeting, and I'm really enjoyed all the presentations before, and I'm happy to have this opportunity to share with you about the nutrition standards in China. I will talk about the current status and the future perspectives. Yeah, here is my outlines of my whole presentation. And first, I will give an overall introduction of China nutrition government policies, environment, and followed with the mandatory nutrition standard, industrial nutrition standard, group nutrition standard, and we'll share some information about the effectiveness of nutrition standard to the consumer health and to the baby health. And finally, we'll give some personal perspectives for future. Yeah, as you know, Healthy China has been a national strategy, and the government had issued serious government documents or policies after 2015. Here, I had listed some of the documents here published by governments from 2015, such as Outline of Healthy China, National Nutrition Plan, which is published in 2017, as Dr. Hao had mentioned, and regulations for food safety and nutrition health in school student, and also in some China law, such as the promotion of basic medical and healthcare law. Nutrition work was also included in it. So from my own point and from my own experience, I believe that government had paid more and more attention to nutrition work. And in all these government policies and documents, nutrition standards are so important, and it was an important technical tool in guiding China nutrition work and help to improve people's nutrition status. So I think, yeah, the development of nutrition standard in China was according to all the documents from government and to promote the nutrition status of people. As has introduced from Dr. Hao, the State Council had issued the National Nutrition Plan in 2017, and there is altogether 7 strategies and 6 actions. In the first strategy is to build nutrition policy and the nutrition standard system. So I think, yeah, you can see that government pay such an important attention to nutrition standard system. And also in the National Nutrition Plan, 6 actions such as for pregnant women, for lactating women, infants, students, elderly people, clinical nutrition, and so on. They all have different actions, include the establishment of nutrition standard. And also in China, the standardization law of China was published in 2017, And again, in this law, standard was definited again, and it was clearly said that standard include national standard. You can mandatory or you can voluntary, and industrial standard, local standard, group standard, and enterprise standard. And in China, we now have no voluntary national nutrition standard. So I will give more detailed introduction about national standard, national mandatory standard, industrial standard, and group standard on nutrition. First of all, about the mandatory national nutrition standard. Besides the law of standard, there is another law for China food safety law. And in this law, it was definited that those standards, which is to meet the nutritional needs for special populations, or the nutrition supplement needs for specific populations, should be national mandatory standards. So, because I had been in charge of this work for years. So we had a lot of thinking about how to build the national mandatory standard system and how to meet the requirement of the law and also the requirement of people in China. Here I had listed all the mandatory national nutrition standards published now. I had highlighted some of them, and I will give a brief introduction on that. The first one is the nutrition labeling standard, and I will give a brief introduction of that, and also I will give an introduction of infant formula follow-up formula standard. For the nutrition labeling standard, I know that in US, mandatory nutrition labeling had implemented for about 30 years. But in China, there is no regulations and standards before. And in 2011, 10 years before, after years of hard work from Professor Jung, from myself, and many colleagues in China, it was published as a mandatory nutrition standard. And in this standard, the energy and protein, fat, carbohydrate, and sodium was required to mandatory labeling in the prepackaged of food, and also with the percentage of NRV value. Here I show some model or some samples of that. Sorry, because I just want to have a look of that. So it's in Chinese, and for different food such as candy, such as pie, such as some nuts, they all have nutrition labeling with energy, protein, fat, carbohydrate, sodium, the content of that, and also the NRV percent of that. And for those products which has a content claim or function claim, such as high calcium, they must label the calcium content first. And then if the content can meet the requirement of the regulation, you can have a claim on high calcium, high protein, and low sodium, low sugars, and so on. And how about trans fatty acid labeling? I know in US, trans fatty acid was mandatory labeled from 2006. But in China, it's a conditional mandatory ingredient. Because in China, we had done a national level risk assessment by CIFSA, by my past institute. And the result showed that China residents had a lower intake of trans fatty acid. So it's no need to mandatory labeling it. But in order to limit the use of the oil and and to the consumer education, it was conditional mandatory. And if the industry used hydrolyzed oil, it should label the trans fatty acid mandatory. But if they didn't use, it's voluntary. And the nutrition labeling standard was implemented from the beginning of 2013. And a lot of education programs had been done by government, by different institutes, colleagues, and college, and also from different societies, such as I showed here. There is a video in kindergarten for children, and there is newspapers, articles published, and this is a picture of Dr. Han. And the newest progress of nutrition labeling standard is that we are now revising it and hope to publish the newest one this year. And in the new version of the nutrition labeling, besides the energy and 4 core nutrients, saturated fat and sugar are all mandatory. So we have, in the future, we will have 1 energy and 6 core nutrients labeled in the package of food. Yeah, the second example for national mandatory standard is standard for infant formula and follow-up formula. Because this work was also led by myself, and it had lasted for about 7 years, and finally the standard was published last year. Of course, in China, government encouraged breastfeeding strongly, and but acknowledge that if the baby or the mother cannot give a breastfeeding, infant formula and follow-up formula is also important to provide important nutrients and important energy. So the standard is also very important to ensure the quality of these products. And during the revision of the standard, a lot of systematic review of literatures was done by myself and on my team, and we had published many articles and chief edited 5 books on that. I will not give a very detailed introduction of that. Just to give one example. For the protein content in the infant formula, according to the newest development of health and from different countries and also from China, we noticed that the protein content in formula is much higher than breast milk. And some studies had showed that high protein level in infant formula will bring health risk for children. And for most of the countries and international organizations such as Codex, it had decreased the protein content dramatically. So according to most of the countries and also to the newest research and studies, China also reduced the protein content in follow-up formula and formula for young children. So it's a big step. And I think in the future, we will continue to reduce the protein content in formula step by step, according to the newest study. Yes, the second nutrition standard group is industrial nutrition standard. And also according to the standardization law, that this type of standard should be controlled or managed by government agency or government state council. So it's not mandatory, but it's a very, a very important supplement to mandatory standard and to guide the nutrition work or nutrition evaluation of food. Yeah, now we had established the industrial voluntary nutrition standard system, include 5 directions I had showed here, such as nutrition surveillance standard, dietary requirement standard, nutrition analysis and method standard, and nutrition status evaluation, such as deficiency, such as overeating, or such as obesity, and so on. And also for nutrition guidelines standard. So there is 5 directions. And until now, more than 40 industrial nutrition standards had been published by the National Health Commission. And they had played an important role in guiding the nutrition work, and such as public nutrition, clinical nutrition, and nutrition intervention. And also, I will show 2 examples of that. The first one is the standard for adult weight judgment. As you know, the BMI is a very important index to judge the fat or the body weight of people. And most country and international organization use as less than 25 as normal body weight, and from 25 to 30 is overweight. But in China, according to the epidemiology study result, and also considering the China people's current status of body weight, we had a different limit for that. That means that from 24 to 28, if the BMI is in this scope, it was definited as overweight. And if BMI is more than 28, it was obesity. So it's different. It's China standard, but some different from international standards or from other countries. And another example I would like to share is the food composition expression standards. Because China CDC had in charge of the food composition table of China for years. But during the work, we found that different food composition have different description and classification, food coding, and it's difficult to combine all the database together. So this standard was aimed to give a overall or give a unified food composition data expression and specification, include the food description, information, classification, coding, and the data source and the name of value of all ingredients, so that when we want to combine or when we want to use all the database from different sources, it can be used together and combined together. Yeah, the third kind of nutrition standard in China is group nutrition standard. And because the newest standardization law was published in 2017, as I had mentioned before. And in the law, group standard was the first mentioned at that time. So after the law was published, group nutrition standard was began from different societies, different associations, and so on. And also, China Nutrition Society is a very active and positive group to administrate the group nutrition standard. And here for myself, I had to do a lot of think and work on that. And I think group nutrition standard are effective supplement to national standard or industrial standard. And if we can't to such high of mandatory or industrial standard, group nutrition standard is also very important to guide the nutrition work and to do some unified work. And maybe in the future, group standard can change to national or industrial standard. And from the year of 2018, Chinese Nutrition Society had been issued a lot of regulations and also a lot of actions on group nutrition standard, how to establishment, how to drafting it, how to publish it, or how to discuss and evaluate them. So until now, there's about 20 nutrition group standard had been published by Chinese Nutrition Society. I also give two examples here. The first one is the standard for healthy choice labeling in prepackaged food. And you know, there is an international choice organization. And but in China, you know, the nutrition labeling is just mandatory several years before. And for some such as the healthy choice or smart choice, it's difficult to be mandatory very soon. So we make it as a group standard. And in this standard, food categories were divided into 10. And in each group of food category, the content of fatty acid, the sugar, and the sodium was regulated. And if the content of the product is lower than the limit, it can have a label of smart choice or healthy choice in the package, so that it means that this product is healthier to people. And the second example of Chinese Nutrition Society's group standard is the identification and labeling of whole grain. And you know, with the economic development, people want to eat healthy, and we also educate people to eat more whole grain products. So, but there is no definition of what's the meaning of whole grain food. So in this group standard, we defined that if the product have more than 51% of whole grain, it can called a whole grain food. And it also can labeled in the package that this is a whole grain product, such as whole grain bread, whole grain cereals powder, or also such so on. So industry can use it in the package, and the consumer can see it in the package to have a good choice. And also, according to Professor Pan's suggestion, he wanted me to give some examples of the effectiveness of nutrition standard to people's health, to industrial development, and also to the nutrition status of people. So I also give two examples here, because you know there's so many standards, I cannot share all of them. The first example I would like to share is the usage and compliance study on nutrition labeling. As I had mentioned, this standard was mandatory from 2013, and after that, there are many articles published from different magazines organized by different university institutes or academy. And here I have had had an example that this study was done in Beijing, and the result showed that the people, the Beijing residents, when they buy products in the supermarket or in the market, they will read nutrition labeling. 30% of people will read nutrition labeling. And when we compared the usage of rural area and urban area, we can notice that in big cities, more people will read nutrition labeling, but in rural area, less people will read it. So it told us that the nutrition labeling education should pay more attention to rural areas, and more work should be done there. Yeah, another example is the effect of complementary food supplement. Yeah, it's a, how to say, I think it's a China specific or China characteristic national mandatory nutrition standard. Because in China, there is so many rural areas with poor economic situation. And so we have a standard on complementary food supplement. And in Chinese, it's called 营养包, 营养包. And for some foreign friends, they called it YYB. And this 营养包was used in poor areas for the nutrition supplement. And the effect is very, how to say, very, very positive. And it can reduce the anemia prevalence dramatically, and also can increase the DQ, development Q score of children, and also the effect of intelligent development of 营养包 will sustain until 6 years old for people. So 营养包 is a product with high density of micronutrients and high quality protein. So it can provide, how to say, high density of nutrients to the people in rural areas, to the children. And this picture, but I know that it's not only the effect of 营养包, but I just want to show that for China, the nutrition status of people had improved dramatically during the past years. This picture is about the retardation prevalence of children under 6 years old. You can see that the red one is the newest data, and the blue one is the data 10 years before. And we can see that the overall growth in retardation is decreased dramatically, and especially for rural area, it reduced or decreased very rapidly. So I think it's the effect of all nutrition works, including 营养包 supplement and invention effect. Yeah, finally, I will give some future perspectives from my own point. I had been working on nutrition standard and nutrition policy for more than 10 years. And my feeling is that standardization work is very, very, very important. It's an applied nutrition work, and it can translate the nutrition study or nutrition study result into the applied nutrition policies and to consumers or to industries. So it's very important, and it's can lead in the nutrition work and can give a practice of nutrition work in China. And so it's also a link from a government and from the social forces and from societies, from academics, and from professors in different universities. And also it can give a unification of nutrition work so that we can do the work together with the same standard, and we can evaluate the nutrition status with the same limit, and we can compare the different data from different sources. So I think more participation, more contribution, and more attention to nutrition standard in the future is important for everybody. And here is the nutrition standard system, which I had drafted it 2 years before and submitted to government. And our goal is to achieving the goal of healthy China building. And so it's standard leading to achieving all the goals and aims of healthy China. And in this nutrition standard system, it includes basic standard, labeling standard, product standard, how to see the process and guideline standard, and also the evaluation and method standard. And in each type, there is many detailed information for the different standards. And some of them should be mandatory because they are very important and to the it is related to the health of people. In some of them, it should be voluntary or should be act as industrial standard and will guide the nutrition work. And in some of that, maybe in the future, it will be act as group standard and to be very flexible and positive to the market requirement. So I think in sooner we will have a very perfect nutrition standard system and will guide all the aspects of nutrition work in China. Yeah, that's all for my presentation. And if you have any questions and if we want to ask the slides from myself, you can connect with me directly. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Han, for your great presentation. It's very informative for people who work in the United States. We want to know what's going on in China in terms of nutrition research, nutrition policy, and standard. We don't want to fall behind. So I guess we have time to answer questions from our audience. We got several questions in the chat. Give me a second here. Okay, the first question from Dr. Pan. He asked, can YYB be introduced to other developing countries or low-income countries?
Yeah, of course. YYB had been introduced to how to say the Dongya, East Asia, and in some Africa countries before, according with the help of UNICEF, 联合国儿基会. Yeah, we have a very good collaboration with UNICEF and to improve the nutrition status of all developing countries.
Great. Follow up this question. Were those YYB free for all participants?
Yeah, in China it's free. Government will pay that, and government will buy that and provide to the children in the rural area from school, and the teacher in school will distribute it to the children every day, and the children will eat it in their kindergarten. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. The second question from Dr. Xu, she asked, what is your vision or perspective of regulatory status or development of food for medical purpose in China? I know this is really a hot topic.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good question. Our question is a very good question. Yeah, for the clinical nutrition and medical food, it was also mandatory national standard. Yeah, and it's also in charge by myself before. And we have a general standard for food for special medical uses, issued in 2013. And also we have different kinds of medical foods, such as sarcopenia, such as overweight, such as cancer, such as 糖尿病, yeah, so on, yeah.
Okay. All right. I guess we have 2 more questions. All right. So let's see if we can finish. No, we are running late. But thank you for Dr. Jung for being patient. I know your local time is still 10 o'clock something. Okay. So let's just finish these 2 questions here. Okay. So the third question from Dr. Chin. He asked why the retardation rate in cities didn't change, and what is the challenge of nutrition in the urban areas in China?
Yeah, thank you for this question. I think, because in the urban area, the growth standard is relatively low, so it's difficult to reduce it very dramatically in a short period. To be honest, I think the main problem or the key problem now in urban area is not growth retardation. It's overweight and obesity for children. And the data showed that the children's overweight and obesity in China is about more than 10%. And in the school children is about 20%. So we had to pay more attention to prevent the obesity and overweight of children, and the retardation is also important, but I think it's much lower than before, and it's it's less than 5%, and I hope it will continue to improve in the future.
Okay. Thank you. All right. We have last question here from one friend from Pakistan, I believe. This friend asked, what is your comment about the economic burden on malnutrition, let's say in developing nations or even some developed countries?
Yeah, I think malnutrition includes undernutrition and overnutrition, we always said. And in China, now the key problem, or the key, I think the main problem is overweight, obesity, and also some chronic disease, especially for adults. And so the data, the nutrition status data showed that for undernutrition, it improved dramatically. But for the overeating, overweight, obesity, chronic disease, it increased dramatically. So the big burden for China government is to prevent the chronic disease. And so we had to pay more attention or emphasize the health choice of food and active, balanced eating and activity. And also had published many regulations to control the usage, such as too many saturated fat, and to guide people how to choose a good and healthy diet pattern. So yeah, I think it's the more big burden for China, for everybody, I think.
Thank you, Dohan, for your great presentation. We really appreciate. So we look forward collaboration to promote One Health, right? It's really about one word. So we work together to promote human health. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Hao.
All right, everybody. I guess we can move on to our last speaker, Dr. James Jung. So just give me a second so I can find my slide here. Okay, so before I introduce Dr. James Jung to everybody, I'd like to remind everybody, so tonight after our scientific presentations, we still have social, we have still networking opportunities, okay? So please stay tuned and stay with us, and we also have door prize activities. So if you can stay with us, that would be great, okay? All right, so please join me. Welcome Dr. James Jung. He is a professor and associate director of the Center for Computational Biomedicine in the School of Biomedical Informatics at University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston. Dr. Jung established and directs the data science and informatics core for cancer research. So this cancer research core include resources with faculty expertise, including high throughput genomic data analysis, systems biology, electronic health record mining, and clinical data warehouse. Dr. Jung serves on the editorial board of 2 bioinformatics journals, and his research is currently supported by the NIH and Cancer Prevention and Research Institute of Texas. Dr. Jung's research interests focus on how to integrate, model, visualize, and mine eukaryotic genome information for translational medicine. Dr. Jung and his colleagues developed Genome 3D. So this is really new area for me. So his group also developed the concept of ontology, fingerprints, another new concept for me again. So currently, Dr. Jung and colleagues are developing very deep learning models for biomedical research and disease risk prediction, which is going to present today. So recently, we really talked about precision nutrition, precision medicine. So I believe Dr. Jung can give us a wonderful presentation about this field. I truly believe precision medicine, artificial intelligence really can transform biomedicine research and nutrition research. Without further ado, I'd like to turn the floor to Dr. Jung.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction. Should I share my slides?
Yes, please.
Okay. Oh.
Are you allowed?
You are a co-host now. You can hear. You can hear now.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Oh, okay. Let me see. We will not be able to record the content. Okay.
Do you have something that's sensitive? Do you want me to stop recording?
No, no. Is the recording stopped?
Yeah, it's recording. But
do you want me to stop recording?
No, no, I don't. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Okay, good.
Can you see my slides now?
Yeah, it's good. You probably run the slideshow.
Okay. Yeah. Let me do this. Yeah, I just got this new laptop, so sorry about that. It's some setup. Is everything good?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you very much for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity. So my name is Jim Zhang. Basically we are doing basically computational type of work, not the lab type. So I will give some sort of try to give you some overview of a project we recently did as just mentioned. The area we are working on sort of have a lot of things probably not overlap with the most people who are doing here. So I will try my best to give a general introduction. So basically what we try to do is to employ the new technology, artificial intelligence. It's called deep learning, to predict hepatocellular carcinoma risk among the non-alcoholic fatty liver disease patients from electronic health records. So here is the outline. I will give some general introduction about what's AI and deep learning, and then the motivation about the problem, the method, results, discussion, and the conclusion. So given what I have experienced, I think actually I probably want to spend some time on the AI deep learning. I think the key is really I think through my experience, I work with a lot of people from, the clinical practice, the lab experiment side of the research, and others that, I think I really, a lot of times I really want to really convey that there is a paradigm shift in terms of research. Using AI, deep learning, data-driven approach, and things like that. So basically, what is, people often kind of get confused about the AI, deep learning, and machine learning, those kind of things. So here's a sort of like a diagram that might give you a rough idea. So when we say artificial intelligence, basically we are talking about the ability of a machine to imitate the intelligent human behavior. So that is a bigger scope that may, include many different technologies. Where machine learning basically is the application of AI that allow a system to automatically learn and improve from experience. So, for example, if you have like Alexa or some other, like a Google Dot, something like that at home, right? So maybe at first it cannot pick up everything you said, but as time goes by, it starts to learn, to adapt to your voice, and then it becomes better and better. So that's basically sort of like learning things, on the fly. Learning things is, automatically. Then deep learning is sort of a new technology that is a type of machine learning that use very complex algorithms and deep neural nets to train a model that can do a lot of things. For example, disease risk prediction, treatment response, and all those kind of things. So in general, machine learning, artificial intelligence actually go through many phases. In the old days, like even in 70s, 80s, there, people see some application of the machine learning that, brought some hope. So people sort of use, machine learning to do some things, and then people got excited. But then there are a lot of limitations on the methodology, like you don't have enough data, you don't have a good computer hardware, you don't have really advanced methodology, and then sort of the hope went away, and the people think AI is more just like a science fiction. And then recently, there are a lot of breakthroughs really bring the whole AI, machine learning or deep learning thing into life. For example, there's very fast computer hardware now. There's people use what's called the GPU technology. These are like specialized hardware that can do very fast, like matrix transformation, so they can deal with a lot of data and to do the calculation very efficiently. And then also there's large amount of data, because this kind of machine learning, they really have a lot of sort of parameters you need to tune. You need a lot of data to really make them work very well, to teach them, to perform very well. And fortunately, nowadays, in all aspects of our society, from the consumer data, like for example, Twitter, LinkedIn, Amazon purchasing records, you got this huge amount of data. And on the research side, obviously, you guys probably know, if you got an NIH grant, one of the things they ask is to share the data. So there are also a lot of data out there that you really, helped to advance this machine learning or AI-based approach. And then there's also this new technology like this deep learning that really started to work just recently in the last 10 years. And this is like a sort of like an advanced algorithm that work very well when you have large data and when you have a computer hardware to really teach them. So here is an example, like like a deep neural network, which is a technology of deep learning. You have like artificial neurons, and these neurons basically take signals, the input signal, and then there's a weight that will, sort of to adjust the input signal. And then there's also sort of like an activation function. Basically, it's like, if the signal is strong enough, and then the neuron will fire and send the input to the next neuron. If the signal is not too strong, and then, there's no signal to send to the next layer of the neuron. So that's basically how this artificial neuron works. It's pretty much like, people get the idea from how the neuron in our brain works. But they, basically put a lot of these kind of neurons together, layer by layer. And then you have, all these different input from the previous layer to the next layer. And obviously you can see that unlike a simple mathematical function, you have, maybe 10, 15 parameters, then it looks really already very complicated. Here, you got, thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even billions of parameters. So that, when you have enough data, this kind of deep neural network can pick very weak signals from those data, and also to combine signal and the information in the data so that it can, do very complex work with very high accuracy. And so there are different types of deep neural network as well. So on the left is just like a generic plain vanilla one. On the right, it's what's called like a convolution neural network. Basically, these type of neural network really people developed and work very well for like imaging data analysis. You know, when you have an image you want to analyze, the image basically is sort of like a 2D matrix, and then you have like all these pixels that has the information like color, intensity, all those kind of things. And so these kind of neural network basically pull like several pixels and also apply a filter so that they can pick different sort of patterns, some like, for example, edges, some is like patches, or some other type of things. So through these kind of deep neural, I mean, there are many layers of these. So through these kind of neural network, then you can really identify the very subtle patterns and features of an image. And then with that capacity, obviously, you can really train this kind of model to, for example, recognize, different image, like whether it's a cat, it's a dog. And also in the medical field, people use this kind of technology to for example, to sort of identify whether a skin lesion is benign or is a malignant. And there's a paper actually published in Nature some years ago that people use this kind of technology, and then they collected some skin lesions. Some of them are blind, some of them are malignant, and then they train this kind of the deep learning model and to identify whether a skin lesion is benign or malignant. And then they evaluate this performance against dermatologists, 5 dermatologists, and then the performance actually is very comparable. So with these kind of things, then basically the model works like a well-trained dermatologist, and it's very impressive. The basic idea about the model training is that you have all these different weights and sort of parameters that you need to fine-tune, tune those parameters so that this model can work very well. Here's just a simple example, as I mentioned earlier. Here, if you have, say, images like a plane or animal or car, and then you sort of feed each image into this model, and then let the model predict, whether the input is a car or it's a animal or it's an airplane, and then you compare the prediction with the real sort of the label of the image. For example, if your input is an airplane, but the model predicts it's a car, and then you compare the model prediction with your real sort of image label, which is a plane, and then obviously this is an incorrect prediction. So the model then it has something called a loss function, compare your prediction with the truth, and then find out whether it's error or it's accurate, and then if it's error, and then it will tell the model to adjust these all these parameters and to give a better prediction. So through this process, through millions of image, then the model can perform very well. So that's how you sort of train a deep neural network. And then obviously you have many different layers. That's why it's called a deep neural network. And then this is the whole entire process is called the deep learning training. So these can be used for many different things. Like, for example, if you have patient records, shows that some patients are have the liver disease, or other patients are healthy. And then you can take those patient records from electronic health records, and then you can train a model to predict over the time who might be able to develop liver disease or something like that. So there are many different applications of this kind of technology now in the biomedical field. And I really want to emphasize that, you know, this is a true paradigm shift. This is not like before that, you know, there's many tiny improvement. Right. One example of this is I think many people might have heard already about this new algorithm called the AlphaFold. I actually my PhD training actually involves some structure function prediction, so I'm kind of familiar with the protein structure or structure biology field. And so in the structure biology field, there's this fundamental problem that everyone tried to solve for many years, you know, like for the past like 60 years or something. That is whether we can predict the protein 3D structure from the primary sequence. And, you know, so people have been working on this problem for, you know, like I said, for the past 60 years. And for the past 20 years, there's this, you know, what's called CASP, which is, you know, people predict the protein structure from the primary sequence. And that protein actually also is being solved. The structure is being solved in the lab. And then this CASP conference, every 2 years, they will have this competition, compare people's computational prediction with the lab solved structure. And for the past 20 years, the improvement is sort of incremental, very steady. Every year, maybe 2 to 3% or something like that. It's a very small increment. And then about 4 years ago, there's this company called DeepMind. They use this deep learning technology to predict the protein structure. And their improvement is like order of magnitude bigger than the past like 2 decades. You know, they have like, you know, in the past 2 decades, maybe it's like, you know, 2 to 3%, and then they got like 20, 30% improvement about 4 years ago. And then about 2 years ago, they developed this second version of this algorithm that the prediction is comparable to the experimental, the X-ray crystal approach. So you can see that this is truly, you know, game changer. That applying all this deep learning technology, people have, you know, really done great in many different fields, like, you know, protein structure prediction, disease risk prediction, and you know, so like sequencing data analysis, using sequencing information to predict like cell type and all those kind of things. So I really think, you know, people should embrace this technology and use this as much as you can. Now, it definitely will improve the research quality. Yeah. So so with that, basically, here's just an example of what we do. I have to apologize. This is more like a methodology project, but you know, I will give you some general ideas about what we do. So basically, you know, people have been, like I said, using this deep learning approach to do many things, including disease risk prediction, using like a structured electronic health record data, using, you know, different sort of deep learning approach. But there are, you know, many challenges. For example, you know, the analysis does not account for censoring, and there's delayed diagnosis, and there's also unlabeled data with the similar characteristics. So these are, you know, sort of the issues that could influence the performance of the prediction. And we try to sort of address these problems and applying it to the issues on the disease risk of the hepatocellular carcinoma in the non-alcoholic fatty liver disease patients. So the HCC is a common primary liver cancer that with many known risk, like for example, hepatitis C and B, and alcoholic cirrhosis, and then also studies have shown that the non-alcoholic fatty liver disease is also a risk for the HCC, and so we have this large retrospective cohort identified from this a large electronic health record database. But what motivated us is that this has been people have been interested in the HCC risk in non-alcoholic fatty liver disease for many years, and but before it's all like a small cohort study, and then recently there is a study on a very large cohort using the VA data. So basically, they collect the NAFLD patients who developed the HCC, and then from the VA health administration system, and there are over 200,000 patients, and based on this study, they found out that the HCC risk is 7-fold higher in patients with NAFLD. So it's all looks good because this is really using large cohort. You have many patients that really surpass all the past studies, but there are also some issues. One major issue is that because it's a VA system, most patients are like male. So over 94.4% of the individuals were male. Well, the problem is people kind of know that the sex is also a factor that will affect the HCC risk. Obviously, if you train a machine learning, deep learning model using most of the data from male patients, it could affect its performance when you want to use the model to predict the HCC risk in for a female patient. So and then there are also other methodology challenges, as I mentioned earlier, for the using electronic health records. So what we try to do is try to employ this a large cohort to with the balanced sex, because the data we have has like a 50-50 percent male, so female. So it's a very balanced data sets. And so we try to look into a few challenges in terms of using the deep learning methods. Before, when people use statistical methods to sort of make these kind of predictions, they sort of use a different statistical regression and other things. But as I mentioned, everybody sees the improved performance if you use the deep learning model. But deep learning model is really good at solving like classification problems. As I mentioned, if you want the model to predict whether it's a car or it's a plane or it's a animal, it does very well for those kind of things. But so it's not really good at use the regression type of things, type of problems. So we try to basically formulate this disease risk problem as a classification problem, and while accounting for the censoring. So another thing we try to do is we develop this novel approach to address delayed diagnosis. And we also try to solve a problem with the data. The reason for that is, if you think about it, if you study, say, NAFLD, that's fine. The disease is not that rare. You always can find many patients from a large electronic health record system. But if you say, I want to predict the HCC risk in the NAFLD patients, well, then your data could be very limited, because the most useful data are those patients who developed HCC from NAFLD. So you have one disease on condition of another disease, and then even you have a very large electronic health records, you are not able to find that many patients that developed two disease. So we try to use what's called a transfer learning approach to solve this problem. And also, lastly, we also evaluated the impact of the sex bias on the deep learning performance. As I mentioned, previous study used this VA, patients cohort that mostly are male patients. We want to see, if you train a machine learning model using male patient data, how it performs on the female patient prediction, and the vice versa.
Doctor, I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's rude, I know, but I'd like to remind you, we try to finish, if possible, it would be great if you can finish in about 10 minutes.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. Yes.
So our society have a plan to, to sort of have another webinar to talk about deep learning, AI, and nutrition. So again,
right.
If you can finish
yes.
presentation earlier.
Yes, I do. Yeah, that's actually my plan. Now, some of the second half is kind of highly technical, so I'm not going to get deep into that. Yeah. So okay. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah. Okay. So here's sort of like study workflow. We have this large electronic health record database that contains the records for over 60 million patients. So we query this database and gather we have inclusion exclusion criteria for these patients. And that with the NAFLD and also develop the HCC, and then we do the data cleaning and split the data, and then we design our study so that for the disease we design our study for the disease risk prediction, considering censoring and the backward masking. And then we have the model development, we do the model transfer learning and the model training and the evaluation. So here's the study cohort. As you can see that we have, number of patients for the case control set, we have over 57,000. NAFLD cohort, we have 320,000, and then number of HCC patients, we have sort of 8,700. Where NAFLD cohort, that so this is basically what I just mentioned, the patients who have NAFLD and then develop the HCC. So that we only have 272. And so male patients for case control set, we have 28,000, where for the NAFLD, we have 88,000, so and so on and so on. So this basically is, the number of patients we have for different categories. And then we basically, here is sort of like a study flow chart in terms of how we categorize and filter the patients. and for different use. For example, we have a propensity score matching, so that the case and the control, the characteristics are similar, so that we can reduce the bias. We have the model training, use case control set. We also have the transfer learning using the HCC data sets. So here is our new the study design. Basically, we are looking at patients who are diagnosed with NAFLD, and then we predict the risk within the 10 years after they are diagnosed with NAFLD. And then in the different situations, where patient may develop HCC, but past 10 years, or patient may die after 10 years, or patient might develop HCC before 10 years, or a patient might die before 10 years. So we sort of have this censoring, so that we can sort of account for these situations to make a better prediction. And so we sort of use these two different deep learning models for the HCC risk prediction. They are a little bit different. One is based on the deep learning recurrent neural network architecture. The other is use a deep learning survival model. And we also do the backward masking. The idea is that if I have patient for like endpoint, like 10-year data, I want to predict what's the risk at 10 years, the HCC risk at 10 years, but I only use the data from the first 6 years. The idea is that, when you have a new patient come in, obviously, if that patient has not been diagnosed with HCC, you want to see what is that NAFLD patient's HCC risk for the next 1, 2, 3, or 5 years, or something like that. So we do this backward masking, so that the model can perform the task we want. And also on the transfer learning, obviously we only have 272 HCC patients who developed we only have 272 patients who have NAFLD and then develop HCC. So that number is small. Typically, it's a challenge to train a deep learning model for that small amount of patients. But we have larger amount of HCC patients. So basically, we use this large amount of HCC patients. The idea is that when people develop HCC, there are a lot of probably signals in that indicate that the HCC is being developed. So we use that data to train the model first, and then we fine-tune the model, use these 272 patients, so that it can accurately predict the HCC risk from the NAFLD patients. So here are some results. So first, you can see that the performance of this deep learning model is actually very, very good. They all, most of them over 80% AUC. So, and also we sort of model the time varying covariance that can improve the disease prediction, and the masking encounters within different years. And you can see the performance is very good. And here is, if we use the transfer learning, then the performance is also significantly improved. And then also in the end, if we train the model with a male patient, and then it performs bad on the female, vice versa. So obviously, sex is an important factor, which indicate that the previous study using VA data is, sort of has an limitation side in this respect. And then, there are some sex-specific features we identified that can be important for the disease risk prediction, along with many other factors based on our analysis. So, based on our study, we, really built this model that can have a very good performance to predict the HCC risk among NFLP patients. So I will just stop here. Here is, people who are involved in this project, and here's the data, data science and informatics core for cancer research, that we have 16 participating faculties with a lot of machine learning and AI expertise. And here are the papers. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jung, for your wonderful presentation. I guess we have time to take questions from our audience. There are two questions in the chat. They both are great questions. The first question is from Dr. Joe. Because your presentation read about disease risk prediction of disease diagnosis. So how AI or deep learning benefit treatment and prevention?
Right. So that actually is a very good question. So one of the projects we're doing now is try to predict drug combination. We take in many different informations. For example, we use electronic health records, we use genomic data, we use literature, and then we try to find whether if we use two drugs instead of using one, that the performance will be better in terms of treating disease. And we also, develop this kind of model for that purpose. So the and also there are other applications that for example, one of the project I have, we work with physicians who are treating autoimmune disease patients, and we take the patient electronic health records, we take the molecular data, like for example the single cell sequencing of their immune cells, to predict their treatment response. So whether if these patients have these characteristics, then they will be very responsive to treatment. So the physicians would use that treatment. If predictions say, oh, they are not going to be very responsive, then they're not going to treat the patients with that treatment, because some treatment has very strong side effect.
Thank you. The second question, this question from our Pakistan again. This friend asked, do you think we need to revise our bachelor degree curriculum or master curriculum for dietitian or nutritionist?
That's definitely for sure. So I have personal experience on that. My son is a high schooler, right? A lot of his friends already started to do, programming, coding, and also do real world projects on that. And then, for the undergrad or the master's program, there's great need for people who at least know, have some skills for programming or things like that. Because, if you think about one of the things I really sort of try to push is that for people working in the lab, right? I mean, you got your grant, you do your experiments, but you can nowadays, inflation, right? Everything is expensive. You can only do so much with your R01s. But if you think about it, there are already so many data out there, there are like sequencing data from geo database. There are, the genomic variation information from the dbGaP. There are all those cancer data from TCGA. There are all those data that's out there and it's free. If you know how to use them, even before you do any experiments, you probably can get a lot of information or knowledge from those data. And then armed with those data, you probably can better use your grant money to do a better research. So I really sort of push this to everybody that, make people aware of all those available data, how, they should take advantage of them.
Great.
And yeah, and then obviously to use those data, you need some program skill, right? Just there are a lot of, a lot of data out there. Yeah.
Okay. So there's one specific question about your research or the data you show in your presentation. Have other haptopathy factors and non-haptopathy factors which may contribute to the prediction of HCC be considered or included in your study?
Right. That's a question in a way that helped me to emphasize one thing, right? So when I say, there's a paradigm shift, okay, the main thing nowadays for people do is that this deep learning technology, they are very good at extract very subtle information from the data. So it's not like in the old days, you handcraft your feature. You say, I want to build a model to predict HCC among NAFLD patients. I think the hepatitis C infection is important. The alcohol consumption is important. Cirrhosis is important. So you have those features, it's important, and then you build your model based on that. So that's not what we do. We, this deep learning approach basically have no assumption of anything. It just learn from the data. There's no assumption say, all these factors are important. It basically take this large amount of data and then try to figure out from the data how to make a better prediction. So you don't really use prior knowledge for that, right? But once you have a good model, say, you can predict with 96% accuracy, then you can do what's called ablation analysis. So basically, you take one factor out, and then you see, you test how that factor can affect the performance of the model. For example, if say, the hepatitis C is very important, to develop HCC. If you take out that, if you take out that particular label from the patients, then the performance of a model will drop dramatically, maybe say, from 96% to 60%. Then this is a very important factor. On the other hand, if you take out some other irrelevant factors, so say, your hair color, and then, the performance of your model will not change, so then, hair color has nothing to do with the, this HCC risk, something like that. So that's how it works for this kind of approach.
All right, let's pick up the last question. Let's pick the last question. Sorry, Dr. Chen, I think the answer for your question would be very long. So let's pick question from Dr. Pan. He asked, is there any public electronic health record that researchers without access to hospitals can use?
Right. So I think there are always some level of restriction. For example, there are public electronic health records, like some of the cancer registry data, but you still have to apply. I mean, it's free, but you still have to apply. But there are, there are others, then there are some, you can say it's public, right? Because, for example, there's this commercial database, anybody can, as long as you have money, you can buy it, you can use it. So then there are, data, proprietary data from, hospitals that, that only hospital employee can use it, So yeah, the short answer is there are some data out there. You can either pay or you can have to register or something like that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jung, for a wonderful presentation again. So we really appreciate your time and support. We look forward to our future collaboration. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Yeah, look forward to it.
All right. So it's very late, I know. So I guess let's see how many participants. We still have around 60 participants. So Dr. Yu, do you have any idea how we?
Dr. Hao, can I interrupt?
Yeah.
So before we get started with our social network, we still have one section to have our special issue introduction. So the Frontier in Nutrition special issue introduction, we have our guest from the Frontier in Nutrition and also from Dr. Zhao Ling will give us some introduction about the special issue. So I'd like to get started. So because NACAN strive to provide all kinds of opportunities for our members, and this year we're happy to announce that this summit is sponsored by our the journal Frontier in Nutrition, and so and then we are hosting a special issue for attendees of this summit and everybody else. Even you're not attending or later, you can submit to this special issue as well. And then so today we have Ms. Deyue Ding from Frontier Nutrition and also Dr. Ling Zhao from University of Tennessee. So they represent the journal and represent the editor team and to give us some introduction about the journal and a special issue. So I think Ms. Ding, you can go ahead and start first.
Okay, thank you, Jung. So, and thanks for inviting me to speak today about Frontiers in Nutrition, the leading open access nutrition journal. And I'm delighted to share with you a little bit about who we are, what we do, and our role today in sponsoring this fantastic event. So here in Frontiers, we are on a mission to make science open. So we can live healthy lives on a healthy planet, and we are delivered on this mission by becoming the largest and most cited publisher in the world. So here is the new impact 2022, and Frontiers has become the 6th largest publisher in the world and the 3rd most cited publisher with 1.9 billion views and downloads and 3.8 million total citations. And so here at Frontiers in Nutrition, we are working together to become the most influential journal in the nutrition field, building a reputable knowledge forum in the domains of human cells, dietary behaviors, and 21st century food science. And our journal teams work closely with an exceptional editorial board made up of experienced nutrition and food science experts, led by field chief editor Johannes Lee Counter. And we now have over 1,500 editors across the journal who support our high-quality collaborative peer review process and contribute to the strategic direction and success of the journal. As the result of our quick review process and robust review system, and high quality standards, we now have an impact factor of 6.6 and a CIP score of 4.3. This ranks us in the top 10% of all journals in the nutrition and dietetics category, and makes us the #1 gold open access nutrition journal. And we strive to disseminate open access research across all aspects of human nutrition and food science to tackle key global challenges such as malnutrition and hunger, obesity, and climate change. As such, the journal is made up of 12 specialty sections, including clinical nutrition, food chemistry, nutrigenomics, nutrition psychology and brain health, nutrition and food science technology, nutrition and metabolism, nutrition and microbes, nutrition and sustainable diets, nutrition methodology, nutritional epidemiology, nutritional immunology, and sports and exercise nutrition. We also would like to introduce some new sections like nutrition and culture, nutrition policy and economics. Those are on their way. So here are some highlights of the journal from the past years. So here is an example of some articles with high views and downloads. And also more recently, a study has revealed widespread international attention, being featured on over 20 news pages and scoring in the top 5% most successful research outputs. We have also featured in a 2022 food safety report published by the Food and Agriculture Organization and have been in the forefront of research into cell-based meats and their applications. Also, as nutrition sits in the heart of sustainable development goals, in addition to achieving zero hunger, improvements in nutrition are critical to both achieve and reap the benefits of all 17 global goals. With good nutrition comes improved health and well-being, enhanced educational and work productivity, less poverty, and reduced inequalities. And with stronger and more sustainable environments, communities, and technologies, improved food security and nutrition will follow. Frontiers is as a member of the SDGs Publisher Compact, committed to advocating the themes represented by the SDGs and accelerating progress to achieve them. Recognizing this, we have our SDG series of 16 research topics, each linked to one of the Sustainable Development Goals, bringing together the importance of nutrition and food science in achieving these goals by 2030. Also, as part of Frontiers in Nutrition sponsoring this year, we have a exciting new collection being launched in association with this fantastic event. And I have sent a link into the chat. If you need more detailed information, you can just check in the link and there are some descriptions. Also, I have put our official website and WeChat official account into the chat also, and with my working email and personal WeChat ID. So thank you for your time today, and please do reach out if you have any questions, would like to lead a research topic with us, or would like to learn more about our event partnership and sponsorship. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ding. And Dr. Zhao, you hear?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can I? I am allowed to share my screen.
You should. Could you try?
Not working.
Okay. Could our president set Dr. Zhao as co-host?
Yes, she is.
She is.
Is a host, but I could not open. Will somebody stop sharing? Or
would you try again? I think now nobody shares screen right now.
Well, I click on sharing screen, but not showing my. It wasn't successful. One participant sharing at a time, so somebody is sharing. Currently sharing. Dr. Pan, do you have the guest editor's slide, or somebody has that?
I don't have that slide.
So how about do you send to me very quick so I can share for you through email?
Yeah, I probably can show that.
Yeah, you can Dr. send to any of us so we can share for you.
Can you see it?
Oh, yes. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Joe, and thank you, Ms. Ding from Frontiers in Nutrition, to have this great introduction of the journal about the special sections. It is my great pleasure to introduce you all, our guest editor team for this special issue. All the guest editors here you see. Sorry for that because it's very late at the East Coast of the US, so I'm going to be very brief. I'm not going to go over each of those editors, but you can see their name, see their pictures, see their affiliations. They are all active researchers in nutrition and food science field. They're extensive peer reviewers. And so we strongly encourage your submissions to our special research topic. And we will have, finally, after we accept the 10 papers, at least 10 papers in total will be able to eligible for a ebook coming from the Frontiers in Nutrition. So you may be receiving our personal invitations for submission. Again, we encourage everyone, presenters, speakers, as well as audience, to submitting to this great research topics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zhao. And again, welcome everyone to submit your cutting-edge research to our special issue. And so that we collaborate. So that will conclude our scientific presentation section. And just want to remind everyone, our summit has 4 sessions. So today is the first session. So please do come back for tomorrow morning, which is Eastern time tomorrow morning, and then tonight for Beijing time, and also more presentations on Saturday and Sunday. So again, want to thank all our speakers and also attendees today. So now let's stay and for our very exciting social networking and thought press. So Dr. Hao, please take over.
Recording stopped.
Okay, great. So this is day 1. So we have day 2, 3, and 4. So please stay tuned and listen to those exciting topics in the coming days. So now we have 2 more tasks. Okay. I guess we wanna do the door prize first, right? Is that okay for everybody? We do the door prize first, and then we do the social networking.
So probably I would encourage that for the coming sessions, we please encourage our speakers to stay in time, so that we could run the program smoothly. Thank you.
Good.
Yeah, we can do the door prize first.
Okay, all right. Okay. So I'm gonna share my screen with you. We're gonna use a website. Okay, can everybody see my this website, my screen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So we would like to offer 5 free membership for every day. Okay, so so we have a registration list. So I'm gonna upload the registration list to get our winners for today. So just give me a second here. Try to find out the registration list. Can we see the registration list here in this window?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna pick 5 winners randomly. Okay. So Bianca, please remind me if I did anything wrong, okay?
I think so far so good. You just hit the start.
Okay, all right. It's very easy. I can do that. It's raining. Okay. Okay, let me see.
Yep, it's there.
There, okay. Let me open another link.
I saw Zhiping's name.
Oh, okay. Do I have a live member here? Probably not.
Well,
Dou Yu, are you a lifetime member?
No, I'm a regular member.
Good.
So then we'll waive 1-year membership. That's great news. Thank you.
Yeah, right.
That
Okay.
made my day.
Okay. Can everybody see my slide, my screen here, right? Okay. So I'm not sure if we have those participants with us now, but we will reach out to you. We will contact you through emails. Okay. So definitely we'll contact you, send you more information about this award.
I thought the individual who stayed last got the opportunity to do the door prize.
Oh, really?
So, I don't know. Maybe someone watching from, not
Yeah.
Zoom.
So actually, I need to copy and save this file. Very important. Okay. This one file.
I think Long Yan is also our executive member as well. So congratulations,
wow.
Yan.
Wow. Okay. Good. All right. Let me back to my previous. Okay. I need to save this list here for tomorrow. Okay. Let me save it real quick. Give a new name here. I also want to save this file.
I think
I already took the pictures.
You did? Okay. All right. So we have backup. Okay. Great. I think let's congratulate those winners. So registration is very important. So that's when we encourage all participants to get registered. All right, so we still have 46 participants. I know it's very late, in the East, right? In the US. And in China, it's also the lunch time. But again, so if you like to stay here, that would be great. Should we put people in different rooms? We use a breakout room, or we just talk here?
It might be nice just connect with everyone, and I think so whoever would like to speak out about any topic, about our today's presentation, about your comments for the NACAN, I think we all can unmute ourselves, right? So feel free and to speak out and chat with everyone. Is that how we are doing?
Or I don't know if we can, be put into small rooms, so we can know each other better. I don't know, like we can have, let's see, well, we still have 44 participants. Even we put 4 rooms, we still have 10 participants. What do you think?
I think today is pretty late. We have a very long section. It's very successful, but we can really do the social work in the subsequent sections, section 2 and 3 and 4. Today is really, really late for the East Coast. It's more than midnight, more than my bedtime. But tomorrow, otherwise, if I stay too late, tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. session, I may have to miss that too. So I'm all for to postpone the social events to the next section time at the end of the next section 2 and 3 and 4.
That's a good point.
Yep.
Great. So again, we need to encourage our speaker and everyone try to stay in the time frame, so we move the program smoothly. So enable us to have have great programs.
And the co-chairs, I think it's good to control the time a little bit better.
So thank everyone so much. I know Jung looks like kind of tired. I know it's very late. So why not we just stop here and just hope that everyone just have a very good night.
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you,
By
guys.
the way, they said that we have a lot of viewers from the internet, right? More than 20,000 from one broadcasting, from the Sun Yung's broadcasting.
That just gives us a very encouraging message, and again, it will be very important for us to keep our program in time. So we need respect to everyone very, very much.
Yeah.
Great.
再次感谢各位，再次感谢各位。
周老师、吴老师，明天早上你们几点钟给我？
我问一下这个，俊荣是怎么样安排？是你